Welcome to another episode of Mormon Discussion Podcast. I'm your host, Bill Reel, and today we're talking about health professionals, more specifically, Mormon health professionals, and the damage that can happen when a therapist, a counselor, a coach, a mental health provider does their work through a Mormon ideological lens instead of through sound professional training, ethical standards, and evidence-based care. To be clear, this episode is not an attack on every Mormon therapist or every Latter-day Saint working in mental health. There are good, ethical professionals who take their responsibility seriously. But there is a real dangerous pattern that deserves some attention when a provider allows Mormon beliefs about obedience, sexuality, gender roles, shame, sin, worthiness, priesthood authority, or the preservation of family at all cost to override clinical judgment. And this is when people get harmed. And when that happens, the therapist's office stops being a place of healing and starts becoming an extension of the church's control system. Jodi Hildebrandt is one of the most obvious and disturbing examples of this dynamic, but she is not the only one. In this episode, I want to talk about that broader pattern, what it looks like, why it happens, and how vulnerable clients can be deeply wounded when religious bias is disguised as therapy. Later in the episode, I'll share two interviews, one with a former client of Jodi Hildebrandt, and another involving a client of a different therapist whose Mormon worldview caused harm in a very similar way. So today's conversation is about unhealthy health professionals, spiritualized abuse, and what happens when religious dogma puts on a therapist's badge. And now, on to what you've been waiting to hear. Jodi Hildebrandt isn't just a story about one bad therapist. She's a warning about what happens when therapy stops being therapy and turns into moral control dressed up in clinical language. Hildebrandt was a Utah therapist who built a program called Connections. But instead of helping people understand their pain, their behavior, or their trauma in a healthy way, she filtered everything through this rigid Mormon-style framework of truth versus distortion. In that system, normal human struggle could be treated like sin or corruption. If someone pushed back, that became rebellion. If a child was hurting, that could be labeled manipulation or proof that the child was in distortion. Once you start looking at people through that lens, empathy goes right out the window, and compassion starts to look like weakness, and abuse can get repackaged as treatment, accountability, or righteousness. The public view saw the catastrophic end of this worldview through Ruby Franke, a former 8 Passengers family vlogger. Franke and Hildebrandt were arrested in 2023 after Franke's 12-year-old son escaped from Hildebrandt's home, injured, malnourished, and seeking food and water. Authorities later found another child in similar distress. Both Franke and Hildebrandt pleaded guilty to aggravated child abuse, and both were sentenced to prison. But for this episode, the key issue is not the criminal abuse. The crux of this topic is how a licensed professional could construct a worldview where domination looked like healing, where Hildebrandt's model appears to have fused therapy language, religious purity culture, authoritarian parenting, and shame-based control. This is the dangerous cocktail. And once a clinician believes they are not merely treating a client, but rescuing souls from evil, well, then the guardrails start coming off. You're about to hear from a friend of mine named Josh. He was a client of Jodi Hildebrandt. I hope you enjoy this interview. Josh, how are you doing?
I'm good.
Good. Yeah, please. I'm glad you're here. Jump into asking you questions. I wonder if there's anything you want to say to the audience about who you are and maybe some sort of brief bio about you, as much as you want to share or not share, and then we'll jump into your experience under the being a client in the practice of Jodi Hildebrandt.
Yeah, this has been I I kind of don't know where to start. I grew up Mormon, and I didn't serve a mission, and I feel like there was a lot of shame surrounding that, but I didn't know what shame was as a kid. And so all of that fed into me trying to still fit into the Mormon upbringing and try to get back into what I thought was the covenant path. And it just felt like I never could quite get there. And there was some deep belief that there was something wrong with me. And that played out in my marriage. Um, and if I talk about me as a teenager, dealing with masturbation and porn and hiding that, I hid it from the world. I went and saw the bishop as a teenager, but he just told me to read my scriptures and to pray. And when that didn't solve the problem, I thought there was something seriously wrong with me. And so I feel like all of that fed into the dynamic with Jodi.
Yeah, yeah. Let me start by saying it's such a strange thing, right? We live in this culture. Again, not that we all go around in our casual conversations with friends or whatever and talk about, masturbation or our viewing of porn, but in this culture, on one hand, it's uh awkward or uncomfortable to even say out loud, like I masturbated or I watched porn. But that's the story of every young man in the world, right? Like, it's not just a thing that happens in Mormonism. It's every male, and it's most women too. By the way, I think it's 72% of women masturbated as teenagers, like 99.9% of males. And I, of course, I wasn't a member of the church, but of course I did, and of course I watched some porn. My dad had dirty magazines under his bed mattress, and we had a computer in our home, and these things happen. But in Mormonism, it's such an awkward thing to even talk about. And Mormonism and the voices within it place such a label. Like if I'm a normal teenage boy, and uh, every now and then I hop on the computer when no one's looking and I look at some pornography, it Mormonism goes, "Oh my goodness, you've got this horrible addiction. You're such a bad person." And so then it compels you to do a thing that doesn't happen in the world, which is to go talk to stranger man
Mhm.
behind a closed door.
Yeah.
And I just think it's Mormonism. I guess what I'm trying to say is that Mormonism comes along and it makes all of the normal stuff become this big, gigantic problem on steroids, forces us as kids and adults. I mean, as a bishop, I had 70-year-old, 75-year-old men coming to me and talking to me. And in my head, I'm like, oh, like I masturbate every once in a while too. Like just go home and like you don't need to tell me these things. That was the thought in my head, and I would never be too hard on folks that were dealing with that. I want to start off just setting the stage, and my first question is, how did you come in contact with Jodi Hildebrandt, and what was the problem or perceived problem that you were hoping to solve? Hence, you went to her to seek out support.
Yeah. So I was married from 2005 till 2016, and we built a home in Saratoga Springs. And I had been hiding the masturbation from my wife. And I felt so guilty, and I finally disclosed it. And it was around, I want to say 2013 or 14. And uh, the way she responded when I told her, she collapsed on the floor and just took it like devastation and, betrayal. And I realized there was no space in that dynamic for my experience. She just, was horrified and all those things. And so we had this big rupture in our marriage. And we had neighbors around the corner that had been going to Jodi. And I can't remember how they um, heard about our situation, but they came over to our house and they started to talk about these psychology or therapeutic terms around, like, she was taking it personally and was the victim, and this couple was like, "You're not the victim," and it was this whole new, um, ways of hearing things from a non-Mormon lens that was, like, really confusing, and but it there was, like, some sense to it, and so we were like, "What are you talking about?" And, at the time, Jodi was doing a focus group out of her office, and so this couple invited us to attend the focus group, and so Jodi had compiled all of these books on beautiful topics like vulnerability, emotional honesty, safety, the drama triangle, and all of these, like taking personal responsibility. And so we started to attend these focus groups, and the they were free, and Jody just wanted feedback on having us go through the material and like seeing how it was for us, and then also the booklets if there were any like typos or whatever. And so we were going through um, these scenarios inside the books and exercises and practices, and it I could feel it changing me. I could feel the truth around um, these ideas around vulnerability and honesty, and I honestly became like a Jody missionary. I started to recruit, and because I felt it changing me, and I was in such a place before where I felt so broken and so much shame. And she had a book on shame, and she named what I was feeling inside. So it was the first time I had a name to the feeling. And she made the distinction of the difference between guilt and shame. And there was like so much value and so much gratitude in the things that I was learning. And so and I think growing up Mormon, being taught that authority is outside of me. Like there's no self leadership. It's the brethren, it's the bishop, it's the whoever else above me, outside of me, that has the answers, really fed into this dynamic. And so I was learning from her, and I just was like so grateful for all the things she was teaching me, that I thought everything out of her mouth was I just digested whole. There was no filter in how to like process, is this helpful? Is this good for me? I was just like, thank you. Take it in, take it in, take it in.
Yeah. And this happens often in spaces with gurus and cult leaders, is that there's some sense of like truth on their side. They do present certain things and you're like, "Oh, if only the rest of the world could approach this issue this way." And then as that person sort of goes along, I think they become self-deceived and they start to come up with ideas that are outside of what is healthy or good or beneficial, and start to put their own spin on things. And that's when a spiritual group can turn into a cult or into something that causes harm, and essentially twist positive mechanisms into something that actually causes damage. And so you guys were seeking her out to get some help in your relationship. You had friends near your home that are utilizing uh, her support. And as you point out, there's tons of positivity there. Had you heard about her before? Was there, uh, had you had any idea of like her reputation, or what was the feedback you were getting from your friends that were utilizing her work? Was everybody, again, on the front end sensing like, oh my goodness, because it sounds like you did. Is everybody else saying like, man, this is such good stuff. This is really helpful.
Yeah, I would say I did a little bit of research, and I discovered that she had lost her license. But at that point, I was seeing through the lens that there was no flaws in her, and that it must have been some problem with the bishop or some like way that they got it wrong, because She wouldn't call herself a therapist at that point. She was calling herself a life coach. But yeah, I discovered, inside BYU where she told on I can't remember the story, but she lost her license for um, not having the client privilege, or the therapist client privilege. And so, but at that point I just saw no flaws. Like I was it critical thinking was off. I was just like, that must be a them thing. And there were a bunch of couples inside the focus group, and Jody wanted us to become friends with them and make phone calls. And it we developed like this close knit community where we would use phrases like Jody says. It was Jody says, and it was Jody's ideas, and it was like she was definitely the guru, and there was no way to check it against something else or harm. There was just like all of us were taking it fully in.
Yeah, and my brain goes to a recognition that when we grow up or spend a lot of time in Mormonism, it makes sense that even though you're getting some feedback that the world has discredited her, that we as Mormons are trained to look past that, right? Like if the world discredits our leaders and there are things being said about them, our immediate thing that we've been taught is to like, if the world is wrong, the outer authority I've been told to trust is right. And so at least my brain kind of recognizes as we're having this conversation that there may have been at least some part of Mormonism that played a part in that. But um, when you met her, your first interactions with her, what were your impressions of her as a person? Did she, again, I understand her work, the workbooks and other things were speaking truths to you about vulnerability and other topics of the like. But when you met her personally, did she seem helpful? Did she seem insightful? Did she seem trustworthy?
Yeah, I think she put on a really good front of being caring, and like this connecting energy, like wanting to connect, like laughy, just personable, outgoing, and it just seemed like she had our best interest in mind.
Yeah. Was she being advertised? Was there any part of how she was being advertised that it was clear to you that she was a faithful, active Latter-day Saint and working closely with the LDS community?
I didn't know. She would use LDS language, and a little further down in the story where I started to go to her men's groups, there was like an LDS version and a non-LDS version. And so it definitely started to blur lines with that.
Yeah. And then the other question I want to ask before I jump sort of into a different space is that it seems to me that the original material you got, the workbooks and things that talked about vulnerability and shame, those would have been very counterculture to Mormonism.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Brene Brown wouldn't fit very well in with the teachings of the LDS Church. And as you're describing Jody, my brain immediately goes to like Brene approaches these things, vulnerability and shame in really healthy ways without the toxic other stuff. And um, did you recognize like, oh, she's bringing a new lens to things that Mormonism avoids or runs counter to?
Yeah, I definitely, because I was working with Mormons and we had like a van pool. We had an hour-long commute, and I was sharing these concepts with these men, and who were very faithful Mormons, and you could see how much I had like embraced it and wanted to share it, and they were just like not open to it. It felt like, what was in the scriptures is what all we need. And so this is like weird. Like, why do we need anything outside of, what we're taught on Sunday?
Yes. Did that Did that bother you at all? In other words, just like them, there is this ingrained thing in us that if we sense somebody's doing something other than the way the brethren have taught, often we want to get away from it.
Having not served a mission and then trying to fit in with return missionaries and all the shame in my body, once she named it, I just knew it helped me.
Mhm.
And so I wasn't like trying to force it on anyone, but I was sharing it and it felt like because it was benefiting me, that meant a lot to me. And so that's why I was sharing it. It's probably the truth about, why people go on missions when the gospel changes them and they're sharing with excitement. That felt similar to me.
Yeah, I can relate when a completely different topic, but to connect some dots, when I read uh, Stephen Robinson's work on grace and Robert Millett's work on grace and Brad Wilcox's work on grace, it struck me as so counter to the Mormon Bruce R. McConkie correlated curriculum way of teaching. You're saved after all you can do. And I remember being so excited about this new perspective of grace that I ran out and wanted to share their work, the Millett, Wilcox, and Robinson's work, with everybody I could find. And of course, even in Mormonism, uh, Dieter Uchtdorf comes along at some point, and he must have gotten excited
Mhm.
about this new framing for grace because he then reiterates a Brad Wilcox point of view in general conference. And Mormonism had never done that before, correlated in conference, in manuals, in Sunday school. There was always a certain way to talk about those things. And yet when we start to sense like, oh, there's something else here and it's delicious, it makes perfect sense that we'd want to go out and share that with others, especially when we grow up in a culture where we're told to grab the truth from anywhere we find it and to be every member a missionary. And so I can certainly relate to that. When you sat down with Jodi or the sessions that she was in charge of, the work that her company was doing, what did that look like? In other words, what, like, if you could describe her approach to therapy and what it looked like in a typical session in those early times of first getting connected to her work.
So the focus group specifically,
Yeah.
yes, that was it was in her basement in the office building basement, and she just had rows of chairs set up and she was up front and we would go through the workbooks and then it was like a back and forth, like she'd share a concept and then we would ask questions because it was so foreign to all of us. We were trying to wrap our head around it, and so it felt like so much of it was just her sharing the concept and then seeing like how long will it take for our brain to lock into place and grasp the concept. And so a lot of it was just reiterated practice because it was each week we would meet. And so it was just kind of like she stood up front sharing and we'd ask questions.
Do you remember anything about like the language or the concepts that maybe she would use over and over again or use repeatedly?
So one that really, and I think this was more when I joined her men's group, but she would talk about rigorous responsibility and emotional honesty. And I believe those concepts are really beautiful and potent, but the way she started to use it felt like weaponized, where it was harsh and this inside this perfectionist needing to toe this line, and that's when it started. That's where the harm started to come in, but I had no idea until years later.
Uh, were there any red flags early on? Again, I hear you say that there were positive terms, and suddenly there's this shift that happens where it starts to feel like this terminology is being weaponized against you and others. But were there any other red flags early on, or for the most part, did it just feel like, man, this is really meeting me?
Yeah, I would say it felt like it was meeting me, and then years down the road, coming, finding my way back to myself and reflecting, I can see the red flags, but at the time, I didn't know to even look for red flags.
Yeah. When I've done research into her, and I really didn't know a lot about I know the story, the surface level 3-minute bit about what was going on, but I hadn't spent a ton of time in it. And in researching a little bit about the harm that she caused, there was certain vocabulary terms that she would use. The words that came up from time to time in me looking things up was like she would use the word truth,
Mhm.
distortion,
Yeah.
integrity, accountability. Do you remember hearing a lot of those words early on?
Yeah, my body right now, as you're saying those, I can feel fear and clenching. Yeah, distortion was probably the main one, and it was really she got to be the decision maker on who was in distortion and who wasn't.
I was gonna say, what do those words mean in her playbook? Like, what is truth? What is distortion? What is integrity? What is accountability? Maybe help the audience understand how she was weaponizing those if you can?
Yeah, let's see. So it felt like truth was her truth, and we had to ask her what her truth was. And then once we felt like we had it, because we were in my men's group, we were told to have daily calls with other men in the group, and we would do check-ins to see how we were doing emotionally, physically, and this was in an attempt to keep us from relapsing with lust or porn. And we would call each other out saying, "You're not in truth right now," and it's such a terrible toxic phrase because there's like no compassion and there's no humanness, there's no messy just allowing people to be people. It feels like so rigid inside the system, and I can still feel it inside of me that it's like you've got to be in truth. And so it actually creates anxiety and leads to relapse, I would say, instead of the opposite, full of care and compassion and softness and, you know, safe places for people to be honest.
Yeah, in unhealthy groups, in a high demand fundamentalist religion, for instance, there's a propensity to redefine words and create sort of your own unique meaning. Um, Mormonism, of course, does this all the time. I mean, just take evangelist or patriarch, and these words are redefined, and so that the system sounds like it's using Christian language, but in reality, it means something entirely different from those. Does anything come up for the other three? Distortion, integrity, accountability.
Yeah. So distortion, once we were in the men's group and we would talk a lot more about Satan and we would talk about just living in this rigorous responsibility where we're focused on honesty. um that distortion is anything outside of the truth, and she would use the drama triangle
Of
quite a
course,
bit.
her truth.
Yeah, because it was so common. I would hear myself all the time say, well, Jody says, well, Jody says, well, Jody says, and so it really was her truth. And I feel like that was the power in meeting so often and having those discussions every single day as we got to, like, everything was focused on Jody's way of thinking, and anything outside of that was distortion.
Yeah. Even, you mentioned Satan. Again, nowhere in the world would I expect to sit down with a professional therapist and have that person mention Satan in the context of there being a spiritual force that's deceiving you, and hence you need to arrange your life in such a way as to not be affected by the adversary. And yet it sounds to me, again, you can comment, but it sounds to me like uh, she is implementing religious theology into the work of the therapeutic help that she's giving.
Yeah, it was very much that. It was those books that were like that felt like actual truth or helpful topics mixed with the upbringing of the atonement, and just how there was so much fear and rigidity and control and then it would be labeled as unconditional love. Like it was just all of these concepts that it feels like that in many ways that's from my experience in Mormonism. All of that was taking place in my upbringing, where Satan was involved, where the atonement, where it was called um, unconditional love, but it was actually fear and control. And so she took those concepts and put it into um, groups, and then infused it with her hurt or anger or like whatever is inside of her that she didn't want to feel. She just used it to control all of us.
Yeah. What was the experience your wife at the time was she having the same experience you were, that she was also getting sensing benefit early on and maybe noticing some, and again, I know that part of this is you kind of figure it out later, the unhealthiness of all of it, but you seem to notice at least some things, like you said, weaponization of words. Is your partner having a similar experience to you?
So the way Jodi created the dynamic with the couples is she would identify if the man had porn or lust or sex addiction, and then she would funnel them into the men's group. And then she would also want to be helping the women. And so she had a women's group, and it was designed to empower them. And so she taught concepts like boundaries, and these women are like uh, doing the same thing where they're supposed to do phone calls every day and do check-ins because there was a reason that they were enabling the behavior of the addict. And so these women were, I feel like what was missing inside of these containers was compassion. There was so much rigidity, and they would we were taught to call it boundaries, but it was control. And so my wife at the time was learning these concepts that were helpful, but we didn't know how to do it right. And so she was calling it boundaries, but it was actually controlling me. Like, you need to stop doing this or I'm going to do this. And it just felt like control throughout. And so it got to the point, I don't know if you want to go here, but there were multiple couples relationships where the Jodi would advise the wife to kick the husband out, and that she's like, they're not going to change. You need to do something really drastic to get them to change. And so we'd be in a men's group, and one of the guys would come up or come to he'd attend the meeting, and he'd say, yeah, I'm living with my parents right now because I relapsed. And we are just like, well, shit, bro, you got to stop doing that. And we'd jump on him and try to get him to change, and it was like this force. And so yeah, that was kind of a fear tactic where we were like, oh, we gotta really, like, she's trying to create this space of honesty, but also using all this fear. And so it was really hard for me. It felt really confusing. I'm like, well, I want to tell the truth, and then is my truth going to now be weaponized and punished, and am I going to lose my eternal family by telling the truth?
Yeah, like there's no room for this just to be human nature and to have compassion, that we're all just trying to show up in this world figuring it out. And um in the workbook she had, in the written material, was there religious language in there too, or was the workbooks, as far as you remember, were the workbooks more clinical, and her language then kind of to come in after that as religious, or?
They were more clinical. And if I remember right, she had a couple that had multiple versions, and one was church based, atonement based, but for the most part, they were psychology.
Yeah. And then the other thing I noticed, you've already said a couple of times, maybe 3 times, there was, an effort on those in the group to kinda police each other.
Mhm.
And, I'll just note another mechanism that high demand, systems carry out is they figure out ways to train the the folks in the system to police each other so that the authority in the system doesn't have to do all the policing, and I'm just curious how it got to that. Do you have any, memory of how it came to be that you guys all felt safe sort of keeping each other in line?
It it feels so, like, mastermind devious, like, how easily that it I at no point did I feel like I was doing anything wrong. It just felt like I was trying to love on the brothers inside the space, and this is what you do to show love, and so I think she accessed that part of us, that wanted to help each other, but we were using words that were not loving. Like, there was just this is why it's like I'm still unwrapping, like, I'm still peeling back all of the layers of, like, what happened? Like, what did I just live through? And how did it get there? And how do I trust a therapist again?
Yeah. I think the audience hears the surface level story and they're in their heads and they go, "I'd never fall for that. That lady was crazy," and what people don't get is it's all these little incremental steps where in the beginning it sounds good and helpful and you're getting benefit from it.
Mhm,
And it's only in these tiny little shifts along the way that things start to move into unhealthier territory. And by the time you get to that place, you've already given this person your trust. You've already acknowledged, your brain's already made a connection that this person is useful and helpful and their material is benefiting you. It just strikes me, as you point, it's like so sinister how you go from like being the new person signing up to this to sitting in a group and telling other people they need to knock it off and straighten up.
mhm. Well, I just was reflecting on the new people that would come in and they would share their struggle of, sex addiction or things that they're going through, and then we would all, like, share what they need to do, like, "You need to be humble, you need to be responsible, you need to be honest," and then they never come back, and we're like, "Well, that dude's fucked, like, he's screwed, like, I guess he's just gonna end up in a ditch somewhere."
Yeah, we need you to be honest, but the moment you're honest, there's no compassion for normal human behavior and you're going to be penalized.
Mhm.
Yeah. You mentioned the words being weaponized. What other early moments do you start to sense something's off here? Not that, we'll get to in a moment, like clear cut, like, oh my goodness, this is not good. But maybe just the early inklings of like, that didn't seem quite right. But you just, you move on, you give it the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, I've reflected on this a lot because even when I lost my family, I didn't see my kids for 5 years and it was Jodi's suggestion to my wife that I was unsafe, and so my wife held a rigid boundary that I couldn't to go no contact, and so I couldn't see my kids. I had to move out, and the criteria was that I needed to when I've changed, I can come back, but there was no, like, change didn't there wasn't like a criteria, there wasn't like a do these things. It was just like this abstract, and it put me into this like double bind place where I just twisted like my insides, my psyche didn't know how to exist. And it was just so I felt so controlled because I had given Jody, the power to decide, and then I had given it to my wife. And when I looked inside, I was like, well, I don't feel unsafe. I don't feel broken. Well, I did feel broken, but and so because I had given all of my power to both of these women, and there was this knowing that something inside of me was wrong. I went 5 years without seeing my kids. And so when Ruby Frankie's husband didn't see his kids for 10 months and all the media was like bashing him, I was like, I get it. I fully understand. And like to the outside world, it's like, what's wrong with that man? Like why didn't he go see his kids? And so I have a full understanding of what he went through. And so to answer your question, it felt like because I had so fully given my power, my brain to her, I didn't see red flags. I just saw problems in me until it was like she was in prison and 5 years later, and it was like parts of my brain started to come online, and I was like, what did I just live through?
Yeah. By the way, I can relate to what you're saying, not from the standpoint of that I've had a similar experience, but it just makes sense to me. As you point out, your situation, as well as Ruby Frankie's husband's situation, you've got a professional therapist who's giving permission for certain kinds of boundaries to be in place. Uh, no matter what you do to resolve their concerns with you, you're not the arbiter of whether you've made any progress or not. And uh, Jodi's given these women permission to establish these boundaries where there isn't any concrete way to go like, hey, like I'm not doing this thing anymore, and so I should be allowed back in the home. And instead, you as a man, Ruby Frankie's husband as a man, if you try to go like this is effed up, I'm going to push past all this. I'm just going to show up and I'm going to get a lawyer and I'm going to file this and I'm going to show up and get my kids back. The system isn't designed to reward that. Those behaviors will be easily interpreted uh, through the lens of the other side, and you're going to find yourself in even more trouble and at more distance. And so, as you point out, in these situations, you're really up against it and having to fight a long battle to figure out how to show the legal system or the in group that they have gotten off track in terms of being a healthy way to handle life.
Yeah, it did require a lawyer to be able to see my kids again. It wasn't through like I had tried to go through the steps or the hoops to find my way back, but there was just so much rigidity um, in my ex-wife. But it feels like it was Jodi taught that she taught her to be that way, and I can still see it. Like it's showing up. So I have a daughter that's 19 and she and I don't talk anymore. And so there's this um devastation, like the this explosion, implosion of my family, uh and just the harm of, this little girl that was 9 at the time, and to go, where's my dad? My dad's gone. I don't understand. And for me to be like, oh, I have to parrot the words that Jodi says, I'm not safe to be around you. And so like the amount of hurt still inside of me, like it just feels too big. Like I've grieved and I've let some out, but it's just like, oh, it's still here. I have to. Like grieving a passed on loved one is one thing, but my daughter's still here. And to grieve that like every day, it's so hard to just put my to wrap my head around. And so yeah, there's just I can't even explain the amount of harm that that happened and how much I still to this day blame myself.
Yeah. First off, I'll just want to tell the audience, like, I know you well enough to know that you're a good human being who you've even created parts of your life's work in order to help others to deal with trauma and to deal with hard things. And I know you well enough to tell the audience, like, here's a guy who really is a stand-up human. And it's such a again, I can relate it into Mormonism, and it's easy for me to do that because I can see how Mormonism takes our relationships and it entangles itself in these cancerous knots with it. And so if you as a grown ass adult uh, dive into church history or see how the church treats other human beings and you make this intellectual decision in your head that, like, oh, Mormonism doesn't add up, it's a high demand fundamentalist system and I don't believe it anymore, my brain tells me it's not true, so I'm going to step away from it. Meanwhile, you've raised children in the religion, you have a spouse in the religion, and they're still all in and they don't want to hear the mess and they can't figure it out. And so they keep going. But not only do they keep going, they've been trained by the system to see you as the bad guy. They've been trained to see you as the enemy and the person who's trying to work with Satan to take away their testimony. Now, that's horrible. But what's happening to you is worse because at least when you leave Mormonism, you get to use your voice and say, uh, no, Mormonism's ridiculous. And it tells a BS narrative about those who leave it because it doesn't want to give any validation for the reasons that people leave. But with you, it's having you tell your daughter you're the bad guy. It's having you tell your family you're not safe. And that seems I'm not laughing because it's funny. I'm laughing because it's so atrocious to come into a family situation and have a professional therapist use healthy ideology and religious ideology that are blended together and convince a human being to take their normal humanity that's not hurting somebody and then to go back into your own home and tell your wife and tell your kids, like, I'm the bad guy, I've got things I need to fix, I'm the enemy. And so again, my heart goes out to you because this is the whole reason I wanted to have this episode and put these conversations together, was because when we see what a health professional does, who has the certifications behind their name to earn your trust on the very front end, and then to work into their practice ideology that is based on religion and manipulation and creating dynamics that aren't how the health professional world would interpret and deem things. It really is so toxic to do those things. And so again, my heart goes out to you, and I completely get why that does the damage it does. As you point out, you've got a situation now where you have a relationship with a child that's been severely damaged because that child was fed a narrative about you being not safe to be around her. And so she formed stories in her head around that when you're doing nothing more than just being a normal, pretty healthy human being.
Thank you.
Yeah. When does it show up where your brain tells you, like, "Oh, something is really, like, really off here."
Well, I met a woman in 2018, and this I hadn't seen my kids for about 3 years, and she grew up in Texas, didn't know anything about Mormonism, and we started dating, and I feel like it was really helpful to have her brain as I tried to explain my situation, because she's like, "Why aren't you seeing your kids? Like, are you a pedophile or have you gone to prison? Like, what's happening here?" And I'm like, and I explained it, and she just couldn't compute it. And I was like, "What?" It helped me to see that there was something happening in my brain that had been forged, through an upbringing inside of this culture and then reinforced inside of Jodi's circles, and to have this woman reflect and mirror back different. And the more she would do that, I had to gain access to, I feel like I was taught that anger is bad inside Mormonism. And so I was so just people pleaser, just docile, very kind, Mr. Nice Guy, and I was the doormat. And so there was no pushback. There was no anger inside of me to take up space and to have a voice. And so the more I interacted with her, and she was pissed. She was angry, and she's like, "Why aren't you angry?" And I'm like, "I'm numb. Like there's nothing here." And I feel like I had given up my anger as a teenage boy, that you just does not just be kind, turn the other cheek, all of these concepts. And so the more just watching her get angry, I was like, how do I access my voice and my power and my fire and my truth? And to that's been my work inside of me the last few years, is to just find out how harmful it was, and Jodi specifically, but the church, and how much we need access to our anger. And anger is healthy. I don't want to destroy things with it, but I want to speak up with it, and to have that potent fire come out of me as a human, declaring what is actually okay in how to treat people.
Yeah, again, speaking to the audience, notice how Mormonism teaches that contention is of the devil. And so, as believers, we are raised and taught that the moment somebody shows up angry about what is happening here and the harm that's being caused, we are trained from a young age to look down upon that and go like, oh, that person is the problem. They don't know how to manage their feelings. When, as you point out, Josh, anger is how the parts inside of us step forward and go, this is not okay. This is not allowed anymore. And think about it. If contention truly is of the devil and anger truly is bad, and the system truly is causing harm and behaving badly, what is your recourse?
Mhm.
Just to take it. And I'll just say, going back to Jodi, you show up with anger. If the men who are being ostracized from their families show up with any anger, that's going to be interpreted on the women's side of this group as just more evidence that the man is off track and is doing something wrong. So there is no way for the person being abused and marginalized. And again, I will just state up front, I'm fully aware to the audience that harm is being caused on the women's side of this too. And the children are just deeply innocent victims in all of this. But speaking to you about your story, there's really no way for you to show up with your anger. It seems like not only does Mormonism tell you to stuff that shit down, but this therapeutic group is also teaching you to stuff it down, because if you show up after having been sent away because you're bad and unsafe, and you go, you know what, I'm not bad, I'm not unsafe, this is ridiculous, and enough's enough, I'm getting my kids back, I'm going to claim my marriage back, and they've got to wake up to this. You don't have any way to actually do that. You're helpless.
Yeah, that was the case. And yeah, I feel like that's why I didn't see my kids for 5 years. If I would have had anger or a voice, 2 weeks in, I'd be like, "Okay, lawyer, give me my kids."
Yeah. But you're trying to get back into good graces in the system that's set up this way.
Mhm.
And as long as you're thinking like an insider, you don't have any options. So again, I just want to note to the audience, like anger, like you say, Josh, you don't want to do harm. You don't want to hurt people, but anger is an important step in claiming your voice back And when systems or groups make anger entirely bad, I want the folks in the audience to notice that that's the way the group makes you powerless to point out egregious problems and to take back control uh, of your life and to put an end to the harm that that system is doing. Did there ever come a moment where you expressed strong disagreement or even minor disagreement with Jodi or her approach? And I'm curious how that was met if you did.
I never did.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just her way. I remember somebody in the group, I was on a phone call with him and I was speaking the way I was. And I said, well, Jodi says, and they said, Jodi isn't God. And like that struck me. And I was just like, how dare you? I was like, it shook me kind of both ways where I was like, well, there's some truth to that. But also, isn't she? Like it was this moment of where it did wake me up just a little bit, but I was still so in it. And so, but there was never a time where I really pushed back directly to her.
Yeah, the guru, the outer authority in the tribe is the voice of God in a sense. Who am I to challenge the expert? Who am I to challenge the authorities who have laid out this lens with which I see the world through? Did you ever see anybody else push back? Were you ever in a group where someone raised their hand and said like this, I don't know about this. And do you remember any moments like that, or was everybody sort of like in line?
Yeah, I would say for the most part, everyone was in line. I don't remember any direct pushback.
Yeah. Any other moments you remember where you or others showed up with normal humanity, normal human struggles, and looking back now, you felt like those were used against you or them?
Yeah, I would say so. I think we were meeting, it was early for our men's group. It was like 6 a.m. And I remember how much anxiety I would have just driving to the meeting, but I didn't know what anxiety was. I just thought, it was resistance to getting help. And so, but yeah, it just seemed like every week because we would go around the circle and we would just talk about our week and our struggles. And it seemed like we were looking for problems. We weren't looking for compassion. We weren't looking to just normalize human behavior. We were like, aha, there you go. That's why you're relapsing. You need to do better. You weren't emotionally honest. You weren't rigorous in your thoughts. And it was this. It just felt so precise of a requirement of control, like controlling our thoughts, controlling our emotions, our desires. And it was just needing to toe the line. And so as we went around the circle, it was just like we were all waiting to pounce on each other as soon as somebody misspoke or she was really big with victim language with the drama triangle. There's the three spaces. There's the rescuer, the victim, and the perpetrator, and it's a psychological theme to kind of help you understand. And she said the only way you could act out through porn or lust or masturbation or whatever is when you're in that victim stance. And so the goal was to always be in out of the victim. And as soon as somebody would speak like a victim, we would say, well, you're in victim right now. And so it was just this hypervigilance to always say the right thing, to be the right way. And it's a terrible way to deal with humans.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm in my head running through that when we play these parts, did you ever feel again, she's emphasizing truth, of course, her truth.
Mhm.
She's emphasizing, honesty. Like, you need to confess the things you're doing. But I got to imagine in a culture like that, you get to a point where there's got to be a lot of fear around actually telling the truth. Did you feel within you sort of a need to couch things you say or carefully craft your responses? And did you, now looking back, did you notice that other people were doing that too? Because I got to imagine that was prevalent in the culture where everybody sensed, like, if I really tell the truth, I masturbated last Tuesday, or I looked at porn last that stuff is going to happen that are going to be really big negative repercussions for my life, and I don't want those. And so, did you sense a an effort to deceive or carefully craft things so as to protect yourself from this?
Yeah, I think I learned that long before inside, like, Elders Quorum, and just this performer, perfectionist identity of saying the right things so that I fit in, so that I look good. I am in my suit, I'm talking about family home evening and, doing good or how I served, and so I feel like all of that upbringing fed into this really easily, and how I would go to the 12 steps, that you were talking about. She would part of being in the group is we needed to be working the 12 steps. And so I went to, I'm pretty sure, I'm trying to remember where I went. I went to a meeting outside of Utah and felt what actual vulnerability felt like instead of the staged, performed speaking just the right way to make it look like I'm vulnerable. 'Cause I'm saying the right things, and when I experienced it outside of Utah, I was blown away at how open their hearts were, and I didn't know how to do that. Like, that felt so, just the upbringing that was mine was look a specific way, perform, be the good, righteous priesthood holder and look the part.
Yeah, I remember. I don't know if I was bishop still or if I was the ward mission leader. I was ward mission leader after being released as bishop, and I asked to be released as bishop because my faith was crumbling. I knew the church wasn't what it claimed to be, and yet to still be in that calling while you think that and trying to help people and to be responsible for the messaging every week and trying to uh, put out an initiative to create a much healthier messaging and honesty about the history while sensing that that's not really wanted. It just became too much. So I asked to be released. And my next calling after that was the ward mission leader, which is also interesting because people in my ward leadership when I wasn't bishop anymore, as well as the stake leadership, very well knew that I had severe doubts. And to be a ward mission leader while you don't believe the church is true is such a strange thing to be put into that position. But I just want to note to the audience, and I'll say this to you too, but this was back when we had like the teachings of the president's manuals. And I think we were in like Joseph F. Smith or Joseph Fielding Smith at the time. And so, we've done a few of them: Joseph Smith, Brigham Young, Wilford Woodruff. Now we're on and on. And my brain is just looking back on all these manuals and how much they go out of the way to paint all of these men as great men who did great things. And I'm in my head going like, well, I know what Joseph Smith did, and I know what Brigham Young did, and I know Joseph F. Smith and Joseph Fielding Smith weren't, significantly better. And the lesson was on one of these men, Joseph F. or Joseph Fielding, as a father, and it talked about all the things they did for their spouse and for their children, and they made a pie for their kid for their birthday, and in my head I'm going like, does this game ever get old? Like, we show up so I raised my hand, and I was articulate, I wasn't emotional, but inside my head I'd lost my shit. I raise my hand and I get called on in priesthood as we're having this conversation around the lesson manual. I raise my hand and I look over and I go, "You guys, every week we get told how amazing these leaders are, how amazing everything is in the church. Are you guys like, do you guys feel like life is that simple and easy? Like, wouldn't it be better if we talked about some things that went wrong and we just got honest with each other and talked about like how life is hard and it's difficult to show up as a parent in this way or as a husband in that way, and that we actually got into some real conversation about what it would take to utilize things in the gospel to become a better human being and be more effective. And the moment I said it, it was like you had dropped something in the middle of the pond and the ripple had gone out, and suddenly you could see people, the wheels turning. And 10 seconds, it was like a pause in the room, and 10 seconds later, another guy raises his hand. He's about my age at the time. I was probably 35 at the time. He raises his hand and he goes, "Bill's right. Like every week, we just say these rote things and say these lessons, but they're not like we don't deal with real stuff here." Like, and he was like, "I'm struggling as a dad. I'm struggling as a husband. I don't like hearing that these guys are near perfect and everything goes right for them." And for like the first time in 10 years, we had the most real conversation for the rest of the time there. And when you get in these systems, the authorities are so in charge of what the system looks like that it is so difficult to put anything back on some real track. So again, I agree that in systems like Jodi Hildebrandt's work or in Mormonism, there is so much pressure on us to just say the thing that needs to be said in this moment so that we can move forward and not cause any disruption here. But that's so toxic too. Like there's no chance to be real because real is going to be met with punishment. Uh, Elder Oaks can say all day long that questions are honored, but opposition is not. But questions aren't honored either,
Mhm.
because nobody deals with your questions in a way that they go, "You're right. That's a big question, and we don't have good answers. And actually, it's in the critic's favor, and the history is messy. And if we look at it from a faithful point of view, it doesn't add up." Nobody's going to do that. And nobody in this Jodi Hildebrandt system is going to say, "Yeah, you know what? Jodi did say that, but it's not really that helpful, and it really isn't that accurate based on the best of science today." But you don't get that, do you?
I
Anyway.
want to share a little story there. So I left the church in 2019, and as I was, you know, peeling back everything, and I was the elders quorum teacher, and I was supposed to teach that Sunday, and I had been talking to the elders quorum president about it, and he had had doubts, and we had had a discussion, and he was still staying in, and I, I was supposed to do a talk from Irene, and I can't remember what it was on, but I was reading it and I was like, I can't say these words. And so I told him, and then uh I told him I need to stop being the teacher. But I remember the moment where I was getting ready for church and I looked at my suit and I was like, I can't put that on. It just felt like a character. It felt like I had to pretend,
It's a
and I just wanted
costume.
to be so real.
Yeah.
I wanted to show up as a messy human and just exactly like when you described that, the because men need those spaces to just be able to be real and say, "Gosh, I'm really struggling." And how many elders quorums I sat in that was just like so we were all just so bored and going through the motions, and there was so lack of depth and connection, and that's so needed by men to just have places to just be like, "Ugh, this is hard. This has been hard." And have someone to mirror it back and just say, "I see you." Like, but that I remember that moment where I that suit represented just the the version of me that I couldn't do it anymore.
Yeah, the suit and the dress, our costumes, we put our mask on, we go to church. You and I and everyone else out there listening, we can remember clearly, like there were only all the questions were designed to arrive at 5 answers. Read your scriptures, follow the prophet, go to church, fast and pray, whatever there's these template answers that every question is designed to get us to do. And there came a point where I'm in my 30s and I'm like, oh, like they're writing the curriculum so that we never get off into those other spaces. It's all designed to be circular reasoning and point us all back to the thing they want us to do. Yeah, and anyway, it's such a strange thing growing up in the system that we grew up in, and then again, as we're having this conversation and making connections to how that showed up in that group as well. Um, it sounds to me, and I want you to correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds to me like when you go to the very beginning of taking on Jodi and her program, early on, there were some feelings of empowerment and learning beneficial things. You said as much. And then as you get to the end, it sounds as if it really becomes a system that's deeply dependent on her authority and the lens in which she sees the world. Any way you can sort of look back and divvy up in your mind how much of what she did was helpful and empowering, and how much of what she did was created harm and abuse and unhealthy lenses for you to see the world through? Is there any way you could even try to put like a percentage on it?
Yeah, I've thought a lot about that because the journey that I've been on since meeting her, I have found a place inside of me that I didn't know existed. I found my heart, and it it's really confusing and complex because it feels like, did I need to go through all of that in order to get to where I'm at? And there's gratitude inside of my being, and I'm like this is so fucked up that there's gratitude in the same place where there's so much devastation and grief. And so I don't know how to uh, I don't know how to do a percentage because it was my road out of the church. It was the road back to me. And there's still so much like that I need to repair in my relationships. That are there could there have been another road where a healthy therapist could have guided me, and without the devastation that still gave me access back to myself? I have to believe there's a yes in there, but my journey has been this way, and so it's hard to know, what would that even look like? And so with you asked me what can therapists take from this? Like, I think it's so important that people are doing their own work. I think if people just go through a classroom, they can learn it cognitively and have the knowledge, but that if they can't find their own wounding, it's so easy for all of us to just weaponize, to avoid feeling deep hurt or deep grief or, childhood wounds that are just playing out now inside of a dynamic. And so there's, as I've unpacked this and gone on my healing journey, there's been moments where I've had compassion for her and how she got this way. I don't believe she was born this way. I don't believe that people are born monsters or evil. I believe there's enough hurt and harm inside anybody that we could take a wrong path and cause. I could easily be her, in a different life or whatever. And so yeah, it just feels like there's a lot of compassion and anger, and that's not okay. That wasn't okay. And I, I I've learned how to navigate different things because of this road that I've been on that I don't think I would have inside of Mormonism. And so it just feels really, really complicated.
Yeah, I can relate. Uh, people say, if you could go back in time, and parts of me would want to change things. I don't want to have my voice taken away inside the religion. I don't want to be complicit in the harm being done. I don't want to perpetuate dishonest and deceptive history, and I don't want to get labeled as the apostate when all I'm doing is seeing the truth before others see it and shining a light on it and trying to be somebody who points out the egregious deception going on and trying to help people make sense of it. And yet there are parts of me that wouldn't change anything. I wouldn't change a thing because it's how I found my voice. It's how I learned in real rubber meets the road kind of ways what my values are and how I will never compromise those again. Um, and so it is sort of a whole mess of complexity of parts of you that didn't deserve these things to happen to you, parts of you that didn't deserve to be uh, categorized as the bad person inside the system, and parts of you that learned who you were and how you wanted to show up in the world in ways that maybe you maybe never would have gotten to if you hadn't had this abrasive thing happen in your life. I had a whole category here about like how much of this was Mormonism, how much of this was rhetoric that capitalized on your Mormon upbringing. In other words, some people in the audience are going to be believers and they're going to sense something that doesn't feel comfortable to them, where I'm trying to point out an unhealthy thing that's happening. And through their lens, what they see me doing is blaming Mormonism for a really unhealthy therapist. That I'm wanting to cover this topic of unhealthy health professionals who work through a Mormon lens, and they're going to go like, no, Bill, there's good therapists and there's bad therapists, and therapists come from all kinds of systems and all kinds of upbringings, and all unhealthy health professionals do so uh, capitalizing on the things they learned about how unhealthy systems work, and also capitalizing on the vulnerabilities of us as clients of these therapists. And I want to grant there's some truth to that. And so I had a whole section here to sort of reiterate things that I think have already come out naturally in the conversation. So I'm going to sort of take these 4 or 5 questions and just talk for a moment and then let you say whatever you want to say about it, which is, on one hand, people who do this thing, and by this thing, I mean they show up with a license, an education, a certificate, and it says that they are the experts in their field at something, and we go to them for help. And they've been trained professionally, so we assume they should know better, and they do know better. They're going to, at worst, they're just gonna be a not helpful therapist, but they're not gonna harm me. And, in part, in this space that we're talking about with this topic today, people like Jodi, at least in some instances, are either A, utilizing Mormon ideology, and in other instances, they're capitalizing on the vulnerabilities we show up with because we have Mormon ideology. And in other places, they're taking their education and they're passing it along to us in ways that really are helpful. And there was a documentary done that was called Kumare, Kumare. And it was this Indian guy. He's American, speaks English, but he's Indian ethnicity. And he says, I'm going to do a documentary and I'm going to dress up like an Indian guru, and I'm going to go out into the world and I'm going to manipulate people. I'm going to see how well this works. I'm going to manipulate people into being followers of my spiritual system. And so he creates a spiritual system. He hires 2 or 3 actors, actresses, unknown, like CD kind of actor, actresses, to be his first followers. And then he documents going out into the world to see how many people he can fool. But all along the way, he says his mantra is the guru is inside of you. And you said this earlier, Josh, that we all need to learn that the guru is inside of us. Like, we do depend on experts to help us and support us. But I don't give Brene Brown or Richard Rohr or Eckhart Tolle or Don Miguel Ruiz. I don't give these guys jurisdiction over my inner world. I give them a chance to put their perspective on the table. I weigh it, and then I take the seeds of wisdom from all of them and discard the things that aren't helpful. And I constantly revisit wisdom teachers to see if there's something in me that's changed that can now take on some additional thing or discard some additional thing. But that's the way I operate now. But that's not the way things work when vulnerable people show up trying to utilize unhealthy experts. And so my overarching question to you is, do you have anything to say about how much of Jodi was unhealthy Mormonism playing itself out from her? How much of it was unhealthy Mormonism inside of you that she was capitalizing on? And how much of it was her college degree education that did train her to be a healthy therapist?
I think it's probably all three. Going back to the idea that there's one truth, growing up Mormon, I've talked to my parents and I told them I wish they didn't tell me what to think, but how to think. Because when there's one truth, there's nowhere else to look. And so it feels like that upbringing told me that, taught me that. And then I found that in Jodi as well, that she had one truth. And I grabbed a hold of that and I was like, oh, good. There's more because it still fit inside the umbrella of Mormonism. She was still using enough of the vocabulary for me to feel like it fit in the box. And then, yeah, so much of it was my upbringing, what was inside of me. But I feel like shame isn't unique to Mormonism, and it's there's a lot of it inside Mormonism. And so the teachings, I was I was using ChatGPT last year quite a bit to just try to process a lot of leaving and just the upbringing and what I was taught and what patterns that probably instilled and installed into my being around perfectionism and so it was really helpful in doing that and helping me process. And so I just discovered so many patterns that were probably not unique to Mormonism, but it was like a unique, specific flavor of unhealth that was mine. And so, and then when I ran into her and she had this knowledge that was resonating or was helpful, it I took it all in. And so, yeah, I don't blame Mormonism. There's a lot of blame directed at Jodi, and I feel like it's understandable. And also it was just my lived experience. Like, how did I interpret the world, and how did I learn to be a man? It just feels all mixed and blended and hard to separate out.
Yeah. Yeah, I just want to note, by the way, you mentioning having conversations with ChatGPT or AI to sort of work through things and process stuff. I think every human being should have a therapist or a coach, uh, to a good one to bounce ideas off of. But I will say there's a couple of programs out there, IFS Coach, IFS Helper. They're variations of ChatGPT. They're on that particular AI system.
Mm.
I'll try to include folks when this episode shows up. You're watching it. You hear me saying this right now. If you'll go down into the synopsis for the show, I'll put some links in for those, because I think they're, when the AI model has been trained on IFS therapeutic approaches, it is quite helpful. I've used it myself. Quite helpful to go on to these AI models and have a conversation about what you're feeling and what you're thinking, and for it to mirror and reflect questions that a professional coach or therapist would do, and to help you make more sense of your internal and external world. So I'm glad you pointed to that, because I think there are lots of helpful tools out there today that can be really low cost, that can help us sort of figure some of these things out. And I'm glad that you were able to utilize that as a resource. Um, I've got like one little section here now where I just want to talk about maybe some lessons learned and some of the healing that's gone on in your world since then. I want to start off by saying, You mentioned your kids. We mentioned your ex briefly. Uh, and feel free to say or not say whatever you want. I definitely don't have any need to make anybody else's world worse. And this really is the story about you and Jodi in her system. But I'm curious if your ex uh, finally came to the realization that I'm using this phrase intentionally, but that Jodi, in the real sense, was a fraud, perpetrating herself as a professional therapist who did have the training, of course, but was acting that therapeutic model out in ways that contradicted the training that she was given. Did your ex ever wake up from uh, that uh, messed up way of seeing the world and realize, like, oh, like that wasn't real?
So she and I don't have a close relationship. I did sit down with her a couple months ago
Mm.
because I was interested in kind of her side of how it all went down. And the discussion was really brief. Um, my experience with her is that there's still a lot of the teachings that she employs in her life. And so I don't know, what kind of work she's done, what kind of, awareness she's come to. It's definitely feels like it's showing up in the way she's raising our kids though.
Yeah, and you've already, discussed that at least in the instance of one of your children, there's still a lot of distance that was created by that whole mess. Uh, Anything you want to say about your other kids and uh, whether those relationships have repaired it all, or whether there's still sort of lasting un, undue influence because of that situation?
Yeah, so I have 3 kids with my ex, and my middle daughter just turned 16, and she still visits, we still spend time together. There's been I can feel how much hurt is inside of her. Um, that breaks my heart because I know, my ex and I were not the healthiest, when we were together. It just felt like the upbringing within Mormonism, we really, really tried to use scripture study and prayer and temple attendance. We were never taught about like conflict, navigating conflict and triggers, and understanding the trauma that was childhood and how it plays out in adulthood, and being able to heal inside of a partnership. That just those words weren't used, Sunday to Sunday. And so we it feels like in many ways I was very emotionally undeveloped. And I don't want to speak too much about her, but that was the dynamic, and um I feel like the things that I've learned just around being a better dad are how important all of the emotions are. All of the emotions. Like, what a gift sadness is, and anger, like we've talked about, and grief, and how much grief has been a teacher for me, and being able to just hold my kids as they're feeling things, and we don't need to bring in the adversary, that's trying to get you right now, and that's why you're acting that way. It's like, "No, you went through some horrible shit as a five-year-old and didn't know where your dad was, and how much your heart must be broken in this moment." And so it's still an ongoing practice and process, but I just feel like these are some of the gifts that came out of the teachings of Jodi. I wouldn't have even had awareness that these kind of things existed without those booklets that started this whole journey I've been on.
Yeah. What did recovery look like for you? And again, I get that some of that's still ongoing, and it may be years and years and years, if maybe forever, that you have to kind of process things and pick up the pieces of that and feel those big emotions. But in the places where you've experienced growth, new perspectives? What's been helpful to you, and what does that look like?
Yeah, if I go back to when I was married, my ex and I, or my wife at the time, we were about to go to the temple, and we had just stumbled on YouTube somebody talking about these parts inside of us. And it was such a foreign concept. And he was this older gentleman, and he was like in this hospital room or something doing these YouTube videos. And he was just talking about how these parts of us need attention and um, to be worked with and cultivated and loved. And so we were about to go to the temple, and she had been trying to get me to feel something, but I had been unfeeling for, 4 decades due to what I had understood. That's what a strong man does inside the church, is put together, provider, priesthood holder, righteous. There was no talk of emotions. And so I that wasn't modeled. When I looked at the brethren, they were like happy and strong. There wasn't any grief, there wasn't anger represented in their emotions. And so much of what has helped me, I actually made a spreadsheet about, like, I Googled all the emotions that a human can have, and there were like 236 on this particular list. And I made a spreadsheet, and I put it all in, and I was like, what's my experience of this emotion? Where did I learn it? Where did I get to express it? Where was it modeled? Where was it safe to feel joy or anger? Or and I just went down the list, and I was like trying to teach myself how to mature emotionally. And it felt like I was allowed to be angry and kind of neutral and numb. Like I just had a few emotions. And so in this complex world that we live in, where all of this is happening, I just needed more access to feelings. And so um, in 2022, I came across breath work, and I had never heard of this thing. And I just started to watch videos, and you just lay down and you breathe, and there's so much that's stored in the body that we don't know about. Our body stores it until we're ready to process it. And the breath has been so powerful in that way of just releasing things and gaining access to more of me. So, and then you talked about IFS, that was another one, like just learning more, like how to navigate what is happening inside of me. And a part of me feels happy, and a part of me feels angry. And what does that angry part need? And just having this dialogue. And those two things, I would say, have been the most impactful. There's been a lot though.
Yeah. Um, by the way, I know you do the breathwork stuff, and you lead sessions with others. I had a chance to take part in a breathwork session that you led, and had an incredible experience. And I don't know if you're still doing that. When we get to the end of the podcast, if you are, I'd love for you to mention how people can reach out to you if that feels like a way that they could use some support. Um, but before we get there, uh, what would you say to someone who's currently seeing a therapist and wonders whether they're receiving objective care, or whether it is some sort of unhealthy paradigm in which that care is being delivered?
I think the most important thing is to develop a connection with yourself that you trust. And our bodies are always giving signals. Can we trust our gut? Can we tune in? Like so much of Mormonism, I just lived in my head, and I didn't know anything was happening below the neck. And so to discover like there's so much happening inside the body at any given moment, developing a relationship with your body, with your heart, with your gut, and being able to tune in and ask a question. If the body will respond, and starting to nurture and cultivate a, a knowing inside of you, And if that therapist isn't pointing you back to yourself and just naming how human, like how okay it is to be human, like the more permission to just be messy and to be figuring it out. Like there's no test. There's like just keep going, like keep trying. It's okay. Like if there just needs to be compassion and kindness and care. It feels like Jodi was missing care. There was just rigidity and it was her way and it was never pointing into the okayness, like just how we come into the world. I just look at newborns and there's no problems, there's no sins, there's no flaws. They're just pure. And that's still who we are. It's still us. We're just older and wrinklier. Like it's still there's goodness in all of us.
Yeah. Um, I mentioned this earlier, but I want to give you a chance to add any additional insights to this. But the people listening to this, many of them have deconstructed Mormonism, and at least they think, and I think to some extent, maybe it's true that they won't, because of that, they won't find themselves that deep into an unhealthy system again. I think though for others and for people who haven't had that sort of breaking. So again, if there's a believer out there, or there's somebody who uh, has the potential to be pulled into an abusive system like this, but they don't think that's possible with them. Do you have any other thoughts or advice for somebody to, what people might misunderstand about how people get pulled into a system that does things this way?
Well, I think we're all living in systems that are still that way. And we're just like accepting of it. Like it feels like the court system is still that way. There's a guru, there's someone that decides, and that they literally get to judge on a behavior, and there's no knowing about the inside. And so I think there's a lot of like how they still exist. And what's so interesting is what's wired into us as humans is that desire to belong, to fit in, to be in groups. Like that feels good. And so we just need to know that we all deserve, like we're all equal. Like there's no one in power over us. If there's someone in power over us, then that's a dynamic that needs to be looked at. And that can be even in a partnership, in the way that we've been raised as Mormons. We think that the man is here and the woman is here, and already that there's problems with that. And so it's just reflecting and being curious around all the dynamics within somebody's world, and noticing like, does it feel like I'm in charge or I'm beneath, and does that feel okay? Am I okay in that place? And if not, there's something to unpack there, to just really understand, like, can we get to a place where there's a level playing field, and we're just all the same.
Yeah, to beware of spaces where the privilege isn't equal, where the authority, again, you can't have a society without having people in authority, the policeman, the fireman, whatever it is, the paramedic, the judge. But beware of spaces where there are differentials in privilege and authority. And as you point out, make sure that you recognize the limits of those, and recognize whether your system is raising alarm bells about those. I think that's great advice. So thank you. My last question, and then I want to ask you again about the breath work. But my last question is, it's this weird thing. You turn on the news and this person who had impact on your life in a way that you depended on them to be a professional trained therapist and act as such is all over the TV, all over social media as having done these horrendous things, sort of a bait and switch of healthy treatment of people in just this gentle shift into something that was deceptive and unhealthy and inappropriate. Any thoughts from you about what it was like and is like to have experienced at the hands of somebody something that made national news and everybody was watching on TV, at least to some degree, what this lady had done and the harm that she had caused to people?
Yeah, it's been hard. It's been, like the documentaries that came out, and I've had people send me links to them, and or they would watch it and they'd be like, "Gosh, I didn't know what you had gone through until I watched this thing." And so there's been like compassion, there's been kindness with people outreaching that way. And then people that have wanted me to watch it. And I've had to tune in and be like, is this going to be helpful for me to watch this? Or is it just going to re traumatize me? And even with our discussion today, last night I was tuning in. I was like, is this going to be harmful? Is this going to be helpful? Is this like, where am I with all of this? There's still like shame that I fell for it and judgment and like, what are people going to think? And am I a dumbass? Am I weak? Anything, you know, around that. But it just, today it felt like I knew there would be stuff that would come up from our discussion. But I'm at a place where I can navigate as it comes up. Like, I'm aware of the sensations inside, and I can feel that there's still sadness here and grief and anger that I get to process and be with. And so witnessing, because when I hadn't seen my kids for a few years, I stopped going to Jodi. It was almost a financial decision where it didn't make sense anymore. And then some part of me was just like, this isn't helping anybody. And so I just wanted to distance myself completely from her. Um, and so watching it on the news, like, I can feel it inside. It's just like, uh, there's like fear and terror, and so, yeah, it's been triggering in many ways. And I try to be at a place where these triggers are gifts, so that I can notice what's still here and process through it. But it just feels really deep. I've talked with my current partner about this, and um, just the depth and the intricacies of the wounding, and how much religious trauma was there before I ever met her, and then stacked on top with this therapeutic wound. And I'm like, how do I find somebody that I trust? Like, is there somebody that can navigate what I've gone through with enough care and understanding? So it's been tricky to get to that place where, because right now I'm just like, nope, therapists off limits. There's nobody's safe, nobody can help me, and I'll just go at it my own. And in a lot of ways that's been successful. But I'm sure I need some, like, obviously we all need another perspective from a place of care and love and um, wisdom. And so I'm getting to that place where I feel like I'm looking to trust a therapist again.
Yeah. There there are so many modalities of support, and I've got a friend in, Las Vegas who does sound bowl therapy. I've done a session with you in breath work. My girlfriend is a somatic informed trauma coach. I'm recently got certified to do that as well. I had a really good IFS therapist back in Washington, Utah. I've had a really bad therapist too, not somebody who harmed me, but just somebody who didn't seem effective.
Mm.
And so there are tons of people out there who profess to have expertise in these fields, and there are people who are really doing good work. And again, my session with you doing the breath work was deeply helpful to me. I had a great experience. And as you point out, what you did and what I try to incorporate, I know what Teresa tries to incorporate, what my IFS therapist incorporated was to do a lot of mirroring, a lot of questions. Like you really, the question should sit in the room and you should go inward and you should be the one making the discoveries about yourself. No one should be telling you. And we often on the front half of life, we think like, I'm going to go sit with a therapist and they're going to say, yeah, I know what your problem is. Your problem is this. Now go and do this thing. And that really isn't how it works. It really should be reflection and mirroring and good questions that get you to go dive into yourself. And the breathwork session with you had a lot of that, where I was able to be reflective. And I don't remember you telling me anything other than you guiding me to go inward and to think about what was going on inside. And so I just want to give you an opportunity that if you are still doing the breathwork stuff, and it's okay if you're not, but if you are, and people listen to this and they're like, man, he sounds like such a good guy, and maybe that would be helpful. Uh, would you want people to have any information to find you to do that, or what would you want to say there?
Yeah, I have a monthly men's event because as I was doing breath work for myself a few months ago, I just realized how what's missing in so many ways is men connected to themselves, and not from a power over, but just like this protective heart that we all have within us. And once we've accessed that and can grieve like openly and speak about the pain that's inside of us from a vulnerable place, it shifts the family dynamic, like how the woman gets to be, and how the children, raised in a place where emotions are talked about and masturbation is talked about, and it's shame isn't utilized, punishment isn't utilized, but love is infused inside of the family unit. It feels like it just starts with the men, and in so many ways men are put together and strong and powering through, and so I've wanted to create spaces for men to fall apart. And so right now I'm doing a monthly event for men. We had it last night, and it was in a park in Draper, and I did it. It's called the Historic Draper Park, and this is the second time I've done it there. We did one in May, and it was so funny because I have this buffalo drum that I use, and I drum above people's body, and it's good at like loosening emotional energy inside a system. But inside the middle of that Draper Park are the founders of Draper, and it's their stories with these plaques, and there's like polygamy stories, and Draper is like one of the most Mormon towns in Utah. And so I have these men laying down, and I have this drum going, and I see these old people like I expect them to be Mormon, and they're just like looking over at this witch doctor. I don't know what I am, and I just thought it was really funny, just the full circle of me coming back kind of to the doing breath work inside a Mormon community, and how foreign that must be, and so I just thought it was funny. But so right now my focus is on men, and it is on breath work, and it is on helping men to access like what's real inside of them.
Where can people find out more if somebody lives in the Draper area and they want to seek out the group or seek out doing breathwork sessions with you? Uh, do you do the breathwork stuff via Zoom still, or is it really just connected to the men's group?
Yeah, well, right now it's just the men's group. I'm kind of seeing I'm at a
Yeah.
stage in my process where I'm just letting things open up and kind of birth through me. And so right now it is the men's. I'm actually looking to bring breathwork to businesses. I realize that's another place where we have to be put together and professional. And I've had people come to events like a work retreat, and I was like, "Okay, you may feel some emotion, you may feel laughter, some joy, some sadness," and you can just see their bodies like, "Oh, I didn't know we were gonna have to feel some feelings, you know, I'm at work right now," and so, like, that's another system that we just need to dissolve and be messy humans inside a place and allow our creativity to flow through, and so my there's like something happening inside of me where I want to bring breath work to corporate spaces and see if we can knock down some walls that way inside the heart.
Yeah. If people want to find out more about the men's group, where do they look up? Where do they go?
So I'm on Instagram. Um, my handles I am Joshua Perry. And
Okay.
so that's probably the place.
Yeah. And as people are watching this, there'll be a graphic on the screen right now, probably right about there, where it'll show that, and I'll put links in the show notes as well. I want to say thank you for your courage in telling your story. Thank you for being willing to sit with some discomfort and some emotions coming up so that others could benefit from understanding how all this went down and why it caused the harm that it did, and what people can be on the watch for so that things like that don't happen to them. So thanks, Josh, for this conversation today. And my hope is that as people watch this episode, which will be a conversation with you and another conversation with another person and some background details about others. I put a post on Facebook asking for experiences from people, and they could share a little bit about what things have happened to them in this space. My hope is that by watching all of this, that people will understand how it happens, and to see the warning signs and to be informed enough to be able to put their foot down and have their own voice, and not, to learn from things happening to you and others, and to not let it happen to them so they can avoid the harm that came from this. So again, thanks for telling your story, and thanks for being on today.
Thank you so much. Thank
Yeah,
you.
you're welcome. So now what I want to do is I want to go and just share a few comments that I've gotten as I prepared this episode. Kristen Weeks Peterson said, having lived in Salt Lake City and Utah County most of my life, I can safely say that every healthcare professional I've ever interacted with who was LDS worked with me through that lens. It didn't bother me as much when I was still active LDS, but in the last decade since leaving the church, you just learn to filter yourself around everyone you interact with, professional or otherwise. I don't feel safe opening up about my life when I know the healthcare professional is LDS. Some of the other comments I got that were private messages. One person said, if you looked at porn, you didn't want an eternal family enough. If you masturbated, you didn't respect women enough to not do things that hurt them. Another comment, naturally, we were taught that when tempted, we needed to imagine our mothers or sisters being physically assaulted in order to provoke this warrior chemistry. And another said, failing meant you wanted to jerk off more than you wanted to protect your loved ones from physical or even sexual assault. Three more comments. There were many times the therapist suggested that masturbating was allowing one of Satan's followers use our bodies for pleasure. I began to see myself as fundamentally broken, unworthy of love or happiness when I looked at porn. I was taught that if I was unworthy, I didn't deserve to be part of a righteous woman's life. So here for the next segment, I need to read a little disclaimer before we start as we continue the conversation around health professionals, particularly in Utah, who operate with a Mormon lens and do so in ways that at times seem to be irresponsible and unhealthy. I need to read a little disclaimer before we jump into it. And so this next segment, we'll discuss the personal experiences of another person. His name is Dave Williams. He's a friend of mine. I'll bring him on in just a second. But also publicly available reviews, court-related documents, and allegations made by individuals or professionals involved in these matters. And so we are not presenting, as Mormon Discussion and me, Bill Reel, we are not presenting online reviews as verified facts. All of the thoughts that we share are simply the opinions of those who share them. Reviews are not subjective opinions. And Dr. Money, who is the health professional that we're going to discuss in this next section, or any health professional that we've discussed prior to this moment in the episode or thereafter, is free to dispute any claims that we make, any opinions that we share. Our purpose is not to diagnose, defame, harass, or declare any legal liability. Our purpose as Mormon Discussion, and I, Bill Reel, as the host, is to examine the broader public interest question. What happens when mental health, custody evaluation, sexuality, faith transition, and Mormon cultural assumptions collide inside systems that hold enormous power over families? And so, viewers, you should draw your own conclusions, and anyone involved should be presumed entitled to fairness, context, and response. So, with that, I'm going to bring my friend Dave on. Dave, how are you doing today?
Good, thank you.
Excellent. Glad to have you on. Want to have a conversation here about your personal situation. We started off the episode talking about Jodi Hildebrandt. We've sort of weaved through some comments of listeners who have shared thoughts about their experiences with health professionals, again, primarily in Utah. But I thought it would be helpful to have you on. You've got a really personal story that involves a health professional here in Utah. And it really was the beginning of putting this episode together, was hearing your story and hearing how what I perceive is some irresponsibility on the part of the health professional that you had to deal with in a custody evaluation and divorce trial, and the judge trying to figure out sort of what the custody would be at the end of that for between you and your ex-wife and your kids. And so I thought, before we even get into the details of everything, would you just briefly explain to the audience who Dr. Marina Money was, who she is, like in your case, what role she played, and why her opinions carried so much weight with the court, just so that people understand why we're talking about her?
Yeah, at the beginning, I had an LDS lawyer, and my opposing counsel recommended doing a custody evaluation, which I wasn't, I didn't want to do that. I just wanted to do 50-50 custody. There's no issues in this case. This is just crazy. But, he said, trust me, Dave, trust me, this will be good, blah, blah, blah. So she's a psychiatrist, a doctorate in psychiatrist up in Provo, Utah. And she does custody evaluations.
Yeah, this is what she specializes in. And folks, you can go see some of her credentials online. We'll put some of that up here shortly when we get to that part of the show, and that part of this conversation. But Dave, what were the primary concerns that Dr. Money identified about you? In other words, what behaviors did she point to as evidence that you were some sort of risk to your children in her evaluation?
Well, she talked about me looking on Instagram, having Instagram, and how that offended my wife, and how that was a betrayal of her, which I didn't even think of that at the beginning. And then once me and my wife did communicate that, then that was navigated. And so that just kind of blew me away. And she also talked about me being a selfish person, like living a luscious lifestyle, and things were brought up about me from my ex-wife and especially her mom, the mother-in-law, concerns about having four-wheelers, and this is just kind of interesting, just how before they even find out the facts, they labeled me as the person that was bad.
Yeah.
And so, like, a small little example of this is I purchased over almost 15-year period a couple of small four-wheelers used that were little, like too little for a full-grown man, and she labeled that as me having all these four-wheelers and that I'm living this luscious lifestyle, and somehow that was bad, and that my poor ex-wife, had to live under these circumstances. And I'm like, how is the children of this woman having fun on four-wheelers? We lived in the desert at the time. We could drive them right from the garage right out into the desert, and they had fun on them. How is that, me being a bad person, or me being a selfish person, or me living a luscious lifestyle? Um, and so there was these labels and these things right from the get-go, right from the
Yeah.
very, very beginning. And so that it was troublesome from the very, very beginning.
Yeah, I just want to note a couple things to the audience. You're a firefighter. You work, you leave your home in southern Utah. You go to near Las Vegas or inside Las Vegas. You're a firefighter in the Las Vegas area, and you go away for days at a time. I know how this business is. I've got a good friend that you and I both know who's also a firefighter in the Vegas area. And he'll leave home. He goes to the fire station. He stays there for 2, 3, 4 days in a row, nonstop. Works. There's not really off the clock for firemen while they're there at the station. And then you come home and you're wanting to catch up with your kids. So you're an outdoors guy, and you have these outdoor fun things that allow you to sort of capture your breath a little bit. Getting away from work gets you the chance to catch up with your kids, provide fun interactions between you and them. And so, like, I agree with you. I think it's such a strange thing. I just want to note to the audience that the Dr. Money, seeing you as having four-wheelers for your children to play on and have fun, saw that as sort of an extravagance of life. Meanwhile, I mean, you're working in a job where, yes, you get paid a decent amount, probably not well enough being a firefighter, but you get paid a decent amount, and you're using some of your money to provide fun experiences for your kids. So I know a lot of people out there who have four-wheelers or side-by-sides or water skis or some sort of fun thing that they do. I want to sort of drill down though into a little more. You mentioned Instagram, and I know the story. I want you to sort of explain it to the audience, but this is the first moment where, as you're telling me your story, I recognize that Dr. Money is seeing the world through a Mormon lens. And because that's one of the things that highlighted in Money's report was your private use of pornography. And I'm going to put that in quote marks.
Right.
And your openness about sexuality. And yet when I know what the two things that happened as you described them, I see why she jumped to where she did because of her Mormon lens, and thought like it was so irresponsible to do. So I want to start off by saying, did Dr. Money or anyone else identify any actual abuse, criminal behavior, inappropriate contact by you with your kids?
No, none.
Yeah, no. And so,
Well, I guess I should probably take that back a little bit. So I'm sorry, Bill, but this is one thing that she actually said in court. So I had a daughter who had a faith crisis, and all of you guys know that go through faith crisis, you question, all of your moral, foundations and judgments. And so she was confiding in me, and there was one conversation where she said, "Dad, what about bikinis? What do what about bikinis?" And me and my wife were still together, and we agreed. I agreed that I wouldn't pull these children away from the church, or go against what she's trying to do as a mother. And so we already had an agreement, that I was going to fall in line with the Mormon standards of bikinis. And so I said to my daughter, obviously as a father, I don't want you to wear an immodest bikini, but there's immodest bikinis and then there's regular bikinis. And when you go to the swimming pool and you see a mom wearing a bikini, she's not walking pornography. She's not trying to be scandalous. She's just wearing a regular bathing suit. And however, me and mom have an agreement that you're not allowed to wear bikinis. So Ellie, you're not. So daughter, you're not allowed to wear bikinis. And that was the end of that was the whole conversation. That was it. And this Dr. Money in court somehow in her, I don't know what was going on with her mind, but she told the judge in there that I wanted my daughter to wear bikinis so that I could masturbate to her. That was word for word what she said in court on the stand. And I have no, I mean, I just was floored. I just couldn't believe how um, somebody that is a professional could do such a disservice to medicine. I practice medicine as well, and me and my coworkers, we try our hardest to, hold that sacred duty to a high standard. And for her to not only betray this family, but also betray just her medicine of psychology itself, it was heartbreaking. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah. So I just want to say to the audience so that you understand, uh, Dave, in this divorce goes before the court, and the court is because again his lawyers agreed to it and their lawyers agreed to it. They've assigned a custody evaluator. Who is this Dr. Money? Dr. Money's from Northern Utah. She gets assigned to Dave and his ex-wife's case. Her job is to sit down with Dave, sit down with his ex-wife, and at the time they're married, they're going through a divorce, and sit down with the kids and evaluate uh, whether each parent is holding up sufficiently in their role in the family, whether there's any unhealthiness going on. And David, by the way, it makes so much sense to me when you tell this story. Again, being one who's used to be all in and believed, and who deconstructed and stepped away from the faith. And by the way, I've talked to so many people who have deconstructed these conversations. I've heard these kinds of conversations unfold before, where the person who no longer thinks in a Mormon way is either confronted with a question, or a person bringing a question to them, or they're asking questions about how the world works. And the other side of the equation, which in this case is the still believing ex-wife, again, wife at the time, and then your daughter who's in the middle of her own faith transition, and she's beginning to have questions about the church. So your daughter comes to you again, if I understand you correctly, but I've heard the story enough that I feel competent in saying it. But that your daughter comes to you, and she, in deconstructing, is noticing the modesty standard of the church, is noticing the modesty standard of the world. And she's asking you, like, hey, Dad, how do we handle bikinis? Like, I see people wear them. I'm thinking, like, I want to wear a bikini. Like, what do we do about that? And I thought your answer was so good. So on one hand, you're like, hey, and again, I'm going to change your language a little bit, but
Right.
this is sort of the message you're conveying. Hey, in Mormonism, we have all this modesty language, and it provides a lot of shame around people who wear a two-piece bikini. And yet most of the female world is wearing two-piece bikinis. And daughter, there's nothing out of the ordinary about that. If you aren't Mormon, it's so normal to wear a two-piece. And there are modest two pieces and there are immodest two pieces. And we certainly want to be modest. And so someday when you're older, you get to decide to wear a two-piece bikini if you want to. There's nothing about that you need to feel shame for. I'm hoping that you choose responsibly to wear, modest two pieces. But you don't need to see the world that there's something wrong with two pieces, and a one-piece bikini is how the church sees modesty. And for the time being, your mother is in, I'm on my way out, but we've had conversations and we've agreed, in order to maintain consistency in our parenting, that we will hold the church's standard while you're still not an adult. And someday when you're an adult, you get to decide how you want to do that. Am I conveying sort of the way you wanted and did approach that conversation?
Yeah, I just wanted to shed that shame of, I mean, I just went to a water park with my children, just barely. We're just driving back from that. And out of the 1,000 people there, or whoever, I saw 2 one-piece bathing suits, 2 out of the whole water park. So I think the church has even changed their stance on two-piece bathing suits now. But But this conversation happened a couple years ago, so it was new at the time. And she also asked me about tank tops, and me and the wife had, an understanding on that as well. So I told her similar things. You're not allowed to wear a tank top. It's people who wear tank tops aren't evil. They're not rejecting Christ or whatever. It's just how it is in the world. And so I just just had that 30-second conversation. And um, the wife was triggered so bad by me leaving the church, and then my daughter questioning also. She was just got into high school, and she was learning, she took Utah history, and she just was like, whoa, like I'm reading all this stuff about Brigham Young, and it brought her away. And so she confided in me, and then it got to the point between my wife and my daughter that they quit talking to each other for months. And so she was confiding in her dad about this stuff.
Yeah, mom is a believer. And again, I mean no negative towards mom. Divorces are ugly in and of themselves. You have your perspective. She had her perspective. My point, though, is that the court and the people that the court assigns, their jobs are to be objective and unbiased. And when Dr. Money comes into this particular situation, she's, again, her Mormon lens seems to affect, and we'll see this multiple times, folks, even if we're stammering here on the beginning. I want to make it clear to the audience that we're going to put some reports up from the other side that will express beyond me or beyond Dave how professionals perceived and evaluated Dr. Money in her assessment of Dave, his ex, and the children. And so I'm just noting that Dr. Money comes into this situation, and she perceives a entirely responsible conversation about modesty between a child who is having mixed feelings about the church, her father who has lost faith to some degree and is deconstructing, and the mother who still believes and is still in. And Dr. Money takes this conversation because of her own Mormon views of modesty and wanting to, I think, on some level, side with the believing Mormon side of this legal equation, ends up reframing your normal conversation with your daughter as something deeply unhealthy and sexually motivated.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
With no history or any evidence, like to even remotely bring you down that road. I just don't understand
Yeah.
how that could possibly.
Yeah.
That's just crazy.
And I think what plays into this, Dave, I know you're sort of aware of this, but you and I haven't talked about this. I'm just saying this out loud. But your divorce, you and your wife's divorce, is sort of one of the uglier ones. And both people are kind of trying to ensure that they get the part of, custody with the kids. For instance, you want 50-50 custody, and your ex wants something different than that, where she has the kids the majority of the time. And so as you guys are having this conflict, your lawyer's job is to position every part of the case to your benefit. But on the other side, your ex and her legal representation are doing the same thing. And so they're trying to draw attention to every single moment where maybe you're a little too tough as a disciplinarian, or whatever it may be, just normal happenings in life. I can look back at my own life. Mm-hmm. And this evaluator, Dr. Money, whose job it is to come in and go, I can see through all of that. Both sides are doing the things that always get done in these difficult divorce proceedings. My job is to see right down the middle and call balls and strikes. And instead, it seems like there's some degree of reframing or articulating things in your wife's benefit without any evidence of such actually having happened.
Well, yeah. I mean, it was stark how similar this case is with Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. I'm like, there's no kids getting tied up here, but the separation from the father from the children in the name, and using Mormonism and weaponizing that to make that happen and I was like, man, this is, I called CPS and told them what was happening, and I'm like, don't you have any new policies, for this type of stuff? And they're like, no, no, we don't. I'm like, how could you have a nationally renowned court case, and this child alienation that's happened just right here in southern Utah, and the damage from these children from the result of all of this happened right here, and you guys don't have any policies for any of this type of behavior, or a mother who wants to falsely accuse a father just to get the children away from him. And there's just no policy, there's no anything. And it's just, I mean, to me, it's just wild. And like what you're saying, this custody evaluation, like this divorce was really wild because you had um, a dad who has time to be a dad. I'm off many days a month, um, about 24-hour days a month. So I have time to be there to help them with their homework. I cook at the fire station, like really good meals. So they're getting excellent nutrition at my house. Um, where I'm highly involved with their homework. I did all their, we did science fair projects together the last couple of years. Homework. My daughter getting in high school math, and she came to me with all of her math homework, and we were doing math together daily. And there was just no legal issues or abuse issues at all for 20 years before all this. And to me, as a professional, as a custody evaluator who does this day in and day out, it should have been a very simple process. And for her to be so biased, it really just shook me how many other families are getting harmed by this woman.
Yeah, and we'll see some of the other families that, people in situations that speak out, sharing their 2 cents of their experience with Dr. Money. I wanna ask you one more question, then I wanna put this symmetry report up so that we can start talking about it. But, at the time, you have her come in, she sits down with you, she sits down with, your wife at the time, she sits down with your kids. Her conclusions come out, right? So she publishes a report, which is gonna be admissible in the court, and again, it's her job to be the middleman sorting through both sides and again calling balls and strikes. And when that report came out and you read her conclusions, I imagine you had to have felt caught off guard, that it felt like she was evaluating the evidence through a lens of harm, and not really looking at these interactions as the normal interpretation or reasonable interpretation that another person would make of them.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it was just so easy. Like, you know, that's fine. She wants divorce. Fine. Take responsibility and accountability for that decision and go through these processes. You don't get to delete, the father, especially a father who's been highly, highly, highly involved with these children. Um, and so all of them, everybody involved has felt justified because of religion, that that was okay. He left the church, so let's just lump in that decision with not being able to be with his children anymore. And that was a strong theme here in this divorce case.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Again, I've got a previous conversation, Dave, that the audience has already seen in this episode, where I sit down with a gentleman by the name of Josh, who was a client of Jodi Hildebrandt, and he experienced just what you're talking about, which is that the person, the men in general, and also anyone who was having doubts or deconstructing or stepping away from the church, they were automatically painted as the bad guy, and everything worked in favor of the believing side of the relationship. And so here's another example, folks, of this happening. And I don't want you to take Dave's side of the story as the gospel truth. I would just grant that he has a version of events that are his. His ex has a version of events that's hers. My point in having the conversation here with Dave is to shine a light on Dr. Money and to demonstrate that there's a significant amount of data that points to something not being on the up and up here. And so I want to start, Dave. I'm going to put this report up on the screen here. Let me switch to another slide and switch to this and this. So this is the symmetry report. Would you just talk for a moment about what the audience is seeing on the screen? Who put this together for you? Why did you go and seek out someone to sit down and to examine Dr. Money's report? I don't want to get into what the substance of this is yet. I just want you to sort of set the stage for what this is, who wrote it, and why are we looking at it?
Yeah, this is very, very fascinating. I mean, we touched on that Instagram a little bit. My wife immediately labeled me a porn addict because I had Instagram.
Yeah. By the way,
And
let me stop here and just say, not only did your wife say that, Dr. Money then throughout, I sat with you in court the one day. I wasn't able to be there for a bunch of days, but I was there for the one day, and it came up multiple times where Dr. Money positioned you to the court as somebody who had again, she didn't say pornography addiction, but the way she talked about it is that you had a problem with pornography. And
yeah, and in some of her reports beforehand, she talked about that at length, and um, and she walked it all back in court because because it was just unfounded. And so I noticed, like, in her report and talking, like, well, Instagram this and Instagram that, and I'm like, holy moly, like, I'm not following any girls on Instagram. They just show up sometimes because I'm a dude. Um, Never interacted with anybody on Instagram. Um, and just this porn addict and this and this, and this was what was the labeling from Tori and her mom. And not that I'm totally innocent from pornography. I just put that out. It's not like I've never seen it before, but it was talked about. Instagram was what was talked about. And anyhow, so they said, well, Dave, you need to do um oh, what's the word? I'm having a brain fart here. A sexual evaluation. You need to have a sexual evaluation. And I said, oh, okay, I have no problem doing a sexual evaluation. But you know who else needs to have a sexual evaluation? My ex-wife. Because she's the one that is totally obsessed over Instagram and can't let this go. I got rid of Instagram off my phone for almost 3 years, and she just continues to bring it up and bring it up in family therapy. I was like, man, this is weird. This is like um, pathological, like obsessive about this. And this is kind of, and I faulted the church and I faulted the teachings of that because of it. Like, in her mind, I'm one little sliver away from being a murderer because I had Instagram, and it tore my family apart. Um, and so, and I had different lawyers that said, no, you don't need to do that, Dave. You don't need to do that, Dave. And finally, I had to go through a few lawyers. And so in between lawyers, I'm like, screw it. I'm going to do it anyways, because everything that I wanted to do would have turned out to be better in court. And a lot of the counsel I got from my lawyers, it just set everything back. It just made everything more expensive. It just made everything worse. So I contacted Cemetery Counseling and said, hey, I would like to have a sexual evaluation. Do you guys do that? And they said, sure, it'll cost you this much money. So several hours of interviews. They just interviewed me, and I told them as much as I could, as honest as I could. Um, and then Dr. Money sent out her report during, like, the very tail end of this process. And I says, here's the report. This is the story from my ex-wife. This is the report from Dr. Money. You guys can put this as part of the sexual evaluation. And so they reviewed this, and they were so appalled at Dr. Money's report that they called a full employee meeting on a Friday, and they reviewed this counsel or this report from Dr. Money, and they all just could not believe that another health professional was publishing and putting out a report like this.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so then they published my sexual evaluation results and come up with this report right here.
Great. So I want to go back to the Instagram, which we'll talk about here in just a second, work our way back forward. But I want to note who is Symmetry Counseling.
Oh, yeah.
Who are the folks that are involved in this report? Tell me, because the audience is going to be familiar with at least one of these names. Help us understand who this is and what this company does.
Right. They're a counseling facility, and they do several different ones, but they also specialize in sexual evaluations and sexual counseling. And so Natasha Helfer was one of the staff members there that really caught my eye. I've listened to some of the things that she said. She's very accurate. I've done a lot of Google researching. I have gone to court a few times as a paramedic, and I've had to defend myself. So with the things that were being talked about and things that were being labeled, I got on Google and I, searched peer-reviewed articles from other psychiatrists, and even during my deconstruction of the church, I listened to some of the things that Natasha Helfer was saying, and I fact-checked her on the other psychiatrists in the country and the ones that are providing peer-reviewed articles. And I'm like, yeah, she's right in line, and very accurate with the science of psychology. And I was just blown away, with what happened.
Yeah. So Natasha Helfer, formerly Natasha Helfer Parker, very well known in this post-Mormon space. I consider her a friend of mine. You secured her company to give you this evaluation. And as you point out, you did your research. You're like, I'm starting to sense that my Mormonism or post-Mormonism is playing a role here. Let me find somebody who's on the other side of Mormonism, who is going to have not show up with that Mormon lens and shade some of this stuff. You mentioned earlier that you have this, what I think is just a really normal adult conversation as a parent with your kid about the bikini and about the modesty. And so that getting sort of reframed as something bad is strike one in my mind. And then we get to this Instagram thing where you have Instagram, you're following, I think, some off-road stuff and some different hobbies of yours in Instagram. And I can tell you, like, when you say things show up in your feed, I get it. Like, I go on Facebook and I'm always following like the news. I follow some other little hobby things, but in the shorts in YouTube, I'm constantly being fed the opportunity to see some scantily clad female who teases something about sexuality, and it's in your face. And so just like my YouTube, your Instagram is showing you scantily clad, provocative women. You're not following these girls. You're not seeking it out. But from a Mormon lens, we've been taught to judge any degree of provocativeness or not being modest as being not just sexual, which, you can say it is or it isn't. That's great. But like uber sexual, unhealthy sexual, irresponsible to even have it cross the feed of your Instagram feed. And that happened here. Again, you've described this story to me, but your viewing of Instagram and just the natural showing up on your feed of a video here or there, or a photo here or there, where some female is, again, dressed provocatively, is seen by your wife at the time, as you delving into pornography. And when Dr. Money gets involved, again, her job is to see through the Mormon accusation, the Mormon lens of allegation. And her job is to go like, that's not pornography. That's just normal.
Correct. And she's
the way the world happens.
And she's supposed to be like, okay, are we taking custody away from parents because of private, whatever it is, use pornography or Instagram or whatever, and in the science of psychology, That is not appropriate at all. That is not accurate. That goes against what the psychology doctors are saying in science. And another thing too is I was a full on member. In fact, I was Elders Quorum president when I first got Instagram, and then we moved here, and then I was, still temple recommend holder, everything. At work, we have a no pornography policy, and Instagram is totally fine. Everybody has Instagram. And so I never had Facebook, never did social media. Got this Instagram to keep tabs on my off-roading community. It's kind of a new thing for me, and so I didn't I didn't know that there was like a not interested button that you could scroll down to and hit that will get these girls out of there. So they were just there.
Well,
And
and let's just
so
know, again, we're guys. If
yeah,
you just happen to have your eyes rest on that thing for an extra second, the algorithms of social media today are going to go, we got him. He pays
mhm,
more attention to this than something he's completely uninterested in. So we're going to show you more of that. And,
right,
and I think you made a really important point too, Dave, which is this Instagram thing is a nothing. It should not have any effect on the conclusion of custody with your children. But as you point out, even if it's pornography, even if you, in the privacy of your own home, in the privacy of your own spaces, away from kids, away from anything inappropriate, if you're watching 10 minutes of pornography, a half hour of pornography, 3 hours of pornography a week, it's still zero reason that anybody should come along and base a conclusion of custody in a custody evaluation where you are hurt by the reasonable things that a person in this world does in the private spaces of their own life,
right,
right?
yeah.
So that to me makes a ton of sense. Anything else you want to say about that?
Um, I don't think so for now. I guess we'll just go down the questions here.
I love it. Okay. So I want to get into some of the things that came out in this report. I want to note here that Dr. Money's report argues that normal adult sexuality was evidence of parental danger. And I've got a quote I want to put up on the screen, but I want to ask you if you've got an example or two, maybe outside of the bikini, outside of the Instagram. Those are two great examples, and we can just run with those if that's
Right.
if that's the best. But do you have any other examples where you're like, she's reframing my sexuality in ways that don't represent the truth?
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah. Um, um, the the ex-wife, she she started labeling things. My daughter said, and well, this is the only thing that's mass murderers do. Only mass murderers are the ones that look at this stuff. And so she was getting this story fed from the LDS people that Dave's this porn addict. And in my mind, I was like, Instagram is not even pornography. Um, and I work with 300 guys. And so the whole subject of pornography is, it's a little bit more accurate in my eyes. People live in a bubble and they don't really realize, especially a teenage girl. And so I never discussed pornography with my daughter. I only discussed Instagram. I never even uttered the word pornography with her, except I did say girls who are wearing tank tops are not walking pornography. That was the only time I ever even uttered the word pornography with her. And so the people in the other council, they told her that I was trying to convince my daughter to watch pornography with me. And I'm like, that is nothing further from the truth. But because I was the person that left the church and they're in the church, this custody evaluator took every single thing that they said as facts. And I'll give you another 2-minute example of this. And she brought this up in court. My daughter, I don't know why she did this, but she said a funny story where she cussed out her orchestra teacher in front of the school for an assembly. And they got screaming at each other, and then the school police took the teacher away, And the school police said, "Good job, Ella, for sticking up for yourself and for your classmates." And so she went to school the next day, and she came home and she told us the story. And I'm like, "Holy smokes, this is crazy." And so she went to school the next day, and I said, "Hey, was your orchestra teacher there?" Or I said, "What happened in school?" I would imagine she would have got pulled into the principal's office. And she said, "No, the teacher was there, and nothing happened." I'm like, "What do you mean nothing happened?" And I says, "Okay, well, I got to go to the school and talk to the principal about what the heck is going on here at the school." And then she said, "No, no, 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 don't do that. The whole story was made up. I lied about the whole thing." And she said this in front of me and my ex, and we were together at the time. And we're like, "Whoa, that's very, very crazy." And so we went to my parents' house, um, and my brother was there from out of town, and me and my ex-wife were still together. We told this story about this, and we're like, "Man, we're really concerned about why she would say a lie like this." And so we didn't go to school and talk to the school. She was in therapy, and we went to the therapy, and we handled that in therapy. We talked about that. Um, and just expressed our concerns about that, and kind of put that load on that therapist to see if he could uh, deconstruct what's going on there. And so we had my brother, my mom, and my dad, and me, all four of us were witnesses of this story, and my ex. And this Dr. Money interviewed my brother and my mom and my dad and me, and we all expressed concerns about some of the things that my daughter is saying is not true and not very mentally healthy. And one of the stories that all of these witnesses told was that story. And Dr. Money goes into court and says, "Well, I called the school and they have no recollection of this story. So Dave, you're a liar, and you don't have a good character." And I was like, "I told you that we handled this with the therapist. We did not go to school. And my brother told you the story. My mom told you the story. And my dad told you the story. All of those people are active members with Temple Recommends." But she took and disregarded the story of all four witnesses and just stuck with the story from my ex and her mom. And because they were the Mormons, and they disregarded evidence and they disregarded witnesses, and there's a whole pile of this evidence and these witnesses, and she even asked me, like, "Dave, I hear that you're dating, you have a girlfriend." I'm like, "I do not have a girl." This was about a year after we separated. And I says, "I've gone on dates before, but I've never had a girlfriend." I says, "But my ex does." And she was like, "What?" Well, she told me she wasn't. And I had evidence of this. So I showed her the evidence. And she did not put this in this report. So the Mormons got caught lying and falsifying, like stories. And it's just overwhelmingly bias on what Dr. Money did here. And she put this in her report.
Yeah, and we're going to see this show up in the report. So I'm going to turn here to the next slide and just note, again, in the question that I asked you about some of the framing of your sexuality, which seems to me, again, the way you describe it, super normal. And yet through a Mormon lens, we're so quick to assign porn addiction to the mundane. It's such a leap, and you see it happen here. And so I'll just note here, the evaluator, Marina Money, moralized normal adult sexuality and then treated that moral discomfort as clinical risk. By the way, I'm saying this, but I'm saying this because the symmetry report says as much. So treated that moral discomfort as clinical risk. The report says the previous evaluation attributed risk to Dave, not because of demonstrated harm, but because of subjective moral assessment of adult behavior, sexual health conversations, and his own faith transition. So I'm going to read these. This was in the Symmetry Report, which we will have available, I think, in the show notes for people to look at. Summary of clinical findings. This, again, is Natasha Parker's professional assessment of Dr. Money's report. This comprehensive review finds that the risk previously attributed to David Williams was not based on clinical or legal evidence of harm, but on a subjective moral assessment that pathologized normal adult behavior and proactive protective parenting. Again, your daughter comes to you to have conversations about modesty, and all you're doing is being a proactive, protective parent in handling the conversation really well in a fair way when you and your ex, again, wife at the time, had conversations about how do we negotiate raising our kids if we're going to be in a mixed faith relationship. And you seem to show huge amounts of deference towards her, your ex, and the agreed upon sort of balance to that I'm really proud of the way you handled it. And yet, as Natasha's pointing out, that was turned on you. It continues to say here, the primary threat to the children's well-being is not Mr. Williams' change in religious identity or his commitment to evidence-based sexual health education, but the systemic failure to intervene in an active alienation cycle fueled by high conflict religious differences and a biased prior evaluation. I don't think you can say it any more clearly than symmetry counseling does there. Then there's this other aspect. Oh, please go ahead.
And I just believe the same thing happened to Mr. Frankie with Jodi Hildebrandt. I think the same thing happened.
Yeah, and again, you haven't heard this conversation yet, Dave, but in the interview I had with Josh, the audience has already heard it. Josh says just as much. He, having witnessed and experienced it firsthand, he understood exactly why Mr. Hildebrandt had no power to go check on his kids, was isolated from them. And, the people who watched it from afar some of them extended judgment and said, why doesn't this guy just solve this problem and go get his kids or intervene? Well, he's already been labeled the enemy by a health professional. And if he goes to become aggressive and tries to handle things the way our lizard brain tells us to handle such situations, it would have turned out even worse for him. Yeah. And my conversation with Josh laid that out without any sort of pushback. Like, that was definitely how it was.
Yeah, I've gone on some forums where he has received some negative comments like that, and I've defended him in the same way. I'm like, listen, I'm in his shoes. I haven't seen my daughter in 2 years. And if I go bust down my door that's in my house that I'm paying for and say, Ella, you are being abused. You are a victim of child abuse, and I'm your dad, and I love you, and I'm here to rescue you. Like, yeah, you'll probably go to jail. And so CPS will get involved. They in Utah, they don't talk about, they have no recollection of child alienation whatsoever in Utah, not in CPS. I asked them directly, and they said, we don't have a category of this stuff. I'm like, how could you not have like massive meetings and new policy when you had Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Frankie right down the street here? Like, how could you guys not be proactive, or not proactive, reactive, and create some programs and some protection for children? Nope, not happening in Utah.
Yeah, it's a great point you make, which is we all have blind spots. Mm-hmm. Our job in the professional world is that when we learn of one of our blind spots, we are to come up with new protocols so that we can not have that catch us off guard again. The Jodi Hildebrandt case was such a big case, an egregious instance of unhealthy behavior, that it should have led to, as you point out, reactive responses that created better protocols to handle such situations. And as you run into in this situation, the problem and those blind spots still are right there existing for the next set of people to fall into the trap of. So I want to note here this next one. Dr. Money's characterization of Dave as amoral for normalizing masturbation constitutes a significant breach of clinical neutrality. In a clinical setting, a clinician's role is to assess risk and safety, not to impose personal or religious moralities upon a parent. Labeling Dave as amoral, inappropriate, or a sexual risk for aligning with APA validated health standards suggests that the prior evaluation utilized a religious moralistic lens rather than a scientific one. By pathologizing Dade's science-based approach to sexual health, the evaluator effectively discriminated against his right to raise his children outside an LDS-specific religious sexual morality framework. This moralized assessment violates the requirement for religious neutrality and improperly elevates a specific religious prohibition, the LDS view on masturbation, that is, over the universal standards of psychological and medical professions. Again, I think that's so well worded. It's jam-packed with expert points of view based on how health professionals are supposed to see the world, and criticizing your custody evaluator for, instead of operating that way, interpreting everything through her Mormon lens.
Yeah. And to me, it was just so evident. And I mean, this court case is not over, and this just scares me to death. This brings back a lot, resurfaces feelings.
Yeah. And you've been through the ringer. I've watched from afar. This has gone on. I've only known you for maybe less than a year, and I've seen it just go on and on and on. And again, I mean this. I want the audience to get that, like, this thing beat you up. And yet you kept fighting. You spent a ton of money, a ton of time, a ton of energy to keep trying to put your voice and your perspective out there. And because of Dr. Money's evaluation, it became, instead of having neutral ground where it should have been in, it was the entire time an uphill battle for you. And so I just want the audience to note that. Before we jump to the next slide, one of the most serious implications, because you mentioned the bikini thing, you mentioned the Instagram thing, one of the most serious implications in Money's evaluation involved conversations with your daughter about masturbation and sexuality. Can you briefly explain how those conversations came about, and just the precursor of how they came about? We'll get into what the conversations were in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, she like we kind of mentioned earlier, she's not, my daughter has some mental health problems. She's taking medicine for her, and she's been in therapy a lot. And she asked me, what's going on between you and mom? Like, this is causing me depression so bad that I am suicidal. And so in my mind, I didn't want to talk. Like, this whole time I never wanted to have a conversation with my children about what's going on between me and my ex-wife. And so me and my ex, we were taking therapy, and my ex is concerned about, all these topics, with Instagram and all this stuff, and masturbation. And so I just brought this up, and I says, mom is concerned about this Instagram stuff, and so she's concerned about this and masturbation, and we're getting through it, and it's fine. And she was 16 at the time. She was a week before her 16th birthday. And we're working at family therapy, and we were heading the right direction. And there was none of the big things for divorce. There was no abuse. There was no drug or alcohol problem. There was no money problems. There was no infidelity. None of this stuff was happening. And so it was these types of subjects that we were going through in therapy that was threatening to destroy my whole marriage. Anyhow, and I've been reading the science on this stuff, and I knew, like, this was crazy. Like, it was just tough. And so I told her that. And so,
by the way, in your communicating to me, again, I can cut this out if something's different. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
In your communication with me, you had mentioned that it was your ex, again, wife at the time, who wanted you to sort of confess these things, wanted you to say that that you had a masturbation problem, for instance. Is that the case?
She didn't mention the masturbation. She did mention the pornography addiction.
Yeah.
And she said, She said, Dave, I want you to, the kids think that this whole divorce is over a religion. It's over religion, which it is over religion. Um, but she's like, but she says the real problem is your, your use of Instagram and your pornography addiction. And she's like, yo, I want you to tell the kids that. And I was like, whoa, I don't think that's a good idea. And I still didn't, had no intention of doing it. However, I mean, we were hanging by a thread, and I wanted to see my kids every day, and I was worried about having my children taken away from me and being in the care of somebody like this. I mean, could you imagine your children being ripped away from you and placed in the custody of Ruby Frankie? These are the thoughts that were going through my mind, and so anyhow.
So you had the conversation.
So I did. I said, okay, well, listen, she is suicidal at this time. This was a really bad moment for my daughter, and I didn't want to blow her off. I felt like if I'd blown her off, it might lessen her value as a person, that she's not important enough for this information. And so I said, so I decided to say, hey, this is what me and mom are working through. She wanted me to tell you, this is what we're working on. You don't have to worry about me having a girlfriend, or mom having a boyfriend. I'm not hitting mom when you guys are at school. None of these big things are happening. This is the subject that we're working on in therapy, and it's going good. Like it's going to be okay. And I told her that.
Yeah. I just want to note to the audience, because you and I have had so many conversations. We go out to grab coffee every now and then. And as we're both sharing parts of our lives that are going on at the moment, I've sat and listened to you express these stories. And I'll just know, again, this is one of those other moments that just makes a lot of sense to me, which is your marriage is hanging by a thread, like you said, and you don't have these big things that divorce normally occurs over. Your divorce is being initiated because your believing spouse, seeing through the lens of Mormonism, perceives normal humanity as sin and, deprivation of how a human shows up in the world. And
Right.
Your ex tells you that she wants you to communicate to your children your sins, because she wants the kids to know how awful of a person you are because of your normal humanity.
Yeah, it's a desperate attempt for her to justify why she's destroying the family.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. So you go
Right.
Finish your thought, please.
Oh, I mean, and then the reality is she's gonna go marry somebody who does the same things. And so,
Yeah.
and that's the reality. And so eventually, once she comes to enough experience in life, that she's going to realize that she destroyed her family and replaced her husband with another guy for this reason. And she's going to find out that this is normal everyday behavior. And my new husband does the same thing. And so it's just a normal guy. Yeah. I mean, you can't take the normalism out of these guys. And so, and it's just heartbreaking. And, and in my mind, it's these therapists and especially these doctors of psychology that are put into these positions to make sure that this kind of stuff doesn't destroy families and harm children.
Yeah. So you go, your daughter's having a rough moment. You go to sort of talk to her. You've got on your mind the fact my marriage is hanging by a thread. My wife sees my normal humanity is deeply sinful. She has told me that I have to tell these things to my children. And my daughter isn't, again, correct me if I'm wrong, but your daughter initiates the conversation asking what's going on between you and mom. And as you point out, and again, this seems so normal to me, I wouldn't want to talk about my porn addiction that's not a porn addiction. I wouldn't want to talk about my masturbation in front of my kid because it's none of their business. And that's just a normal part of me being a human being. And again, I do that in the privacy of my own space when it's not something that affects anyone. Right. And yet you've got so much pressure on you that as your marriage is barely getting by, you feel like, well, I'm damned if I do and damned if I don't. I shouldn't be saying these things, but I want my kid to know that I'm not getting divorced for the normal reasons a divorce happens. And if I'm going to have any chance of this marriage making it, my ex has told me that she expects me to confide in my kids my sinful behavior. So I have to say something.
Yeah. And I wish I could go back in time. Right.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was a tremendous amount of pressure. Naive. I've learned a lot about all the psychology stuff. I'm just a firefighter. I just go run 911 calls all the time, and I love to get out in the mountains. It's therapeutic for me to deal with all the awful things that I see. So I feel like I'm a completely different person in this. And you know what? While I'm talking real quick, Bill, I have to also give a shout out to Sarah Hughes, who's one of the employees there.
Yeah, she was super helpful to you. And so you find yourself in a conversation you don't want to be in. You're trying to help your daughter make sense of things. You're trying to respect the wishes of your wife in telling you need to be an overshare about your personal life.
Yeah.
And then you have this conversation due to all of that I just said. And then Dr. Money comes in, and how does she interpret these interactions?
That I was trying to groom my daughter to rape her, is what she put in her report.
Yeah. And again, such an extreme.
Yeah. I was really upset at my ex. She had a responsibility as a wife right there even before because this was her mother, the mother-in-law here. She's the mastermind of this, and she needed to protect her daughter and her husband from her mother, and she just chose not to. And this was a reoccurring theme throughout our marriage, and so
tons of factors that played into it. I want to put the next quote up here. So again, this is my words, but it's a reflection of what's in the report. It's just an overall sort of statement, and then we'll read the two specifics from the report. Again, people may notice in the audio that there are moments where Dave accidentally says the name of his wife or the name of his daughter. We'll be sure that as your listening audience, that all of those are redacted. I did the same thing with the documents. I redacted all names except for Dave and the health professionals who were involved in both reports. The report argues that answering a teen's questions about masturbation or pornography is not grooming. Again, this is what Symmetry Counseling concluded, Natasha Helfer concluded, is that answering a teen's questions about masturbation or pornography is not grooming, and that confusing age-appropriate sexual health education with sexual danger reflects moral panic rather than clinical analysis. In other words, they're noting that it's the fear, it's the trained fear inside Dr. Money because of her Mormon experience that she is applying a professional interpretation that's going to be held in legal standing as a professional interpretation, but it is irresponsibly being portrayed because of her religious background. At least that's the way it comes off. And so the actual report here, this is what Natasha Helfer and Sarah Hughes, by the way, you've mentioned Sarah Hughes numerous times in our personal conversations. And I want to say a big thank you to both Sarah and Natasha for all the work that they did on this. It says here, this is their report. We state unequivocally from a parenting and clinical perspective, sexual education is not equivalent to sexual grooming. Providing age-appropriate, body-positive information is a protective factor. To label this proactive parenting as grooming is a complete reversal of modern clinical standards and a violation of Utah public policy. Grooming is a specific clinical process involving isolation, the breaking down of inhibitions for the purpose of sexual abuse. David was doing the opposite. He was providing education to foster informed consent and bodily autonomy. And then they go on, by the way, beautifully said. They are clearly articulating that these neutral interactions, they should have been nothing more than to say, hey, Dave's a normal parent having a normal, healthy conversation. They're noting that Dr. Money is seeing these through a Mormon lens and is showing up with her own unhealthy attitudes towards sex are showing up in her professional opinions about this case. So the second one here is explaining what masturbation is not the equivalent of encouraging or demonstrating the behavior. Dave did not encourage, demonstrate, or provide images or video to further explore the topic. He was simply answering his daughter's question to the best of his ability. In an abstinence-only religious LDS culture, Dave stepped in to provide a safe, parent-led alternative to internet misinformation. Research confirms that providing accurate body-positive information from a trusted parent is a primary protective factor that decreases a child's risk of exploitation. So not only, Dave, are you not doing something unhealthy and irresponsible, you're actually showing up as a good dad, having healthy conversations with your kids. And the trouble is that in the conversation they're pointing to, which is you doing a Q&A where your daughter's having questions about something, you also have this other conversation that your ex has compelled you to overshare, and you're trying to explain to your kid the normal reasons why people get divorced and why those aren't applicable here. And now Dr. Money has this breadth of experiences that she's connecting to each other and doing so through a lens of unhealthy attitudes about sexuality through Mormonism, and it's completely sabotaging your case.
Yeah. I guess one thing, Bill, too, a couple things I'd like to mention real quick. And I don't know, this might have been a little confusing to the listeners, but when I describe that, what me and my wife are working through, my daughter asked, "What is masturbation?" She had no idea what that was, and so in my mind, I was like, "Well, shit." I want to go get my wife and have her have this conversation.
Yeah.
But they were at odds with each other for months. They were not communicating. So literally, when it come to my daughter, I felt like a single father. And I says, well, I never ever wanted to have this weird, awkward conversation without my wife there, but I have to now. I mean, she has a prom date in a couple weeks, and she's going to learn it from the dorky kids on the bus or the internet or from her loving father. And I just felt the responsibility right there to just tell her what it was. And it was a 2-minute conversation. And yeah, it's just so sad. But so once I heard this, what she was saying, this Dr. Money from her report, I got really scared. I was like, okay, I'm not a pediatric, psychologist, or a negotiator or anything. And so did I screw up? I'm like, oh, if I screwed up, I will take responsibility. I'm like, okay, like I really screwed up. So I dove into the science of psychology, and article after art, I am specifically searching, should parents teach your kids what masturbation is? Like, should this be a only in school thing only, or what? And every single article said absolutely not. The most healthy environment for a child to be taught this stuff is from a loving parent. And I even went as specifics like, should a dad teach a daughter what this is? Like, did I cross some, because ideally it should be moms teaching the girls and the dads teaching the boys. But there's millions of single fathers in this country, and so these articles were saying absolutely not. Like, it's best to have the parent that the child is confiding in teach the kid what that is. And so I'm like, well, that was me. I mean, she came to me almost every single day I was home, questions about the church and questions about, X, Y, and Z. And I'm helping her with her homework, getting her caught back up in some stuff that she was behind on with school. And so,
Yeah.
um,
Yeah, it just
yeah,
seems so again, I keep seeing moments of irresponsibility. Natasha Helfer and Sarah Hughes are pointing it out as well. I want to bring up the next slide, which just shows more of it. Dr. Money's characterization of Dave as amoral for normalizing masturbation constitutes a significant breach of clinical neutrality. We read this one before, but now we're back into this part of the conversation where we're talking about the conversation you had with her. And so I'll read it again. In a clinical setting, a clinician's role is to assess risk and safety, not to impose personal or religious moralities upon a parent. Labeling Dave as immoral, inappropriate, or a sexual risk for aligning with APA validated health standards suggests that the prior evaluation utilized a religious moralistic lens rather than a scientific one. By pathologizing Dave's science-based approach to sexual health, the evaluator effectively discriminated against his right to raise his children outside an LDS-specific religious sexual morality framework. This moralized assessment violates the requirement for religious neutrality. Again, Dr. Money's job is to be neutral when it comes to the religious beliefs of either party or the non-religious beliefs of either party. And she doesn't do that.
right.
Her religious neutrality and improperly elevates a specific religious prohibition, the LDS view on masturbation, over the universal standards of psychological and medical professions. The report goes on. It says to label a parent amoral for providing scientifically accurate health information is a reversal of clinical ethics. It is the professional opinion of the undersigned, meaning them, that Dave's efforts to remove shame from sexual health are evidence of high-level parental functioning and moral integrity. He has chosen to prioritize his children's long-term psychological well-being over the restrictive cultural stigmas. Again, it's so awkward to have these conversations with our kid, and yet they are best. Kids are generally best learning these things from a parent who can answer questions, help them get the correct answers, get rid of any misnomers about a taboo topic, and helping kids to gain some sort of solid ground of information as they're trying to figure things out. It continues to frame Dave's proactive approach to providing age-appropriate sexual health education to his daughter when she asked him directly about masturbation and sexually explicit material as grooming behavior is a severe clinical and ethical failure. So I just want to note that. Now I want to move into Mormonism. I'm going to take this down for just a moment. I'm going to put us back up on the screen with that. And I just want to get into your faith transition for a moment. And, you've talked about it. You were sort of deconstructing at the time. Your wife was and still is in, and this created just a ton of conflict. And so I wonder if you could just describe the audience for a moment, like where were you at in your faith journey? What led to you sort of sensing something wasn't true with the church? And where were you in your faith journey at the time all of this stuff is happening?
Well, I mean, like I said, I was totally in, totally went on a mission, and it was a major part of my life. And then I just found that the church was keeping secrets, and just the fact that the church is not being truthful is a major, major red flag that I needed to investigate. And then found out, the stories of Joseph Smith being a polygamist, and I was like, "What in the world?" I had no idea. I thought it started with Brigham Young. Here I am, 40 years old, and just learning this for the first time. And so, I even taught for a whole year at Elders Quorum. I was the teacher for the history of Joseph Smith um, for 1 year, and it's not anywhere in there. And I was like, man, I'm like, well, who's his second wife? So I Google who's Joseph Smith's second wife, and Wikipedia or a wiki, comes up, and it has a graph there. You guys can all do this. There's a graph, and it shows all of Joseph Smith's wives, but also it says how old they are when they got married and if they were married or not. And 11 of them were married at the time of them getting married. And I'm like, whoa, that's not even polygamy. That's not even polygamy. That's polyandry. And so I found out about the gospel, gospel
Topic
answers,
essays.
topics, essays, and the main, and they've changed this recently. They might have, because I have actually responded on a couple of forums about how the church lies in the first sentence of that article. Is it says it used to be labeled the polygamy of Nauvoo, and what about the polyandry? Like literally, you're 4 words into this, into the answers of this subject, and you're already lying to me because that's polyandry. And so that just pushed me so far away from the church. Just that short amount of research. I'm like, gosh, they can't even give me 4 words into describing what happened with all of these weddings and marriages in Nauvoo without them lying to me already. And so I just learned about just everything. And so at this time of this custody evaluation, I felt like I lost a child. I went through the grieving process. I had some anger and some with, denial, just the whole process.
Mhm.
And validation was big. And Bill, you're a big part of my validation because I had nowhere to get it from personally, like in person. I was the only one in my family going through this. All of my brothers and sisters and everybody, they're all in. So you and John DeLynn, played a big role just listening to you and guys and your stories. But so I was pretty much at peace with the whole deconstruction at this time. And I didn't talk to my kids about this. My daughter came to me. She learned stuff. She took Utah history. She was learning from in church that there's problems with church history, but everybody's keeping all the details secret. So the flag was waving for my daughter. And then she took Utah history and she started to find out what this history was with Brigham Young. And then she started hearing stuff on the bus. So she, says that she was having a faith crisis. And so that whole thing was happening. So I was worried for my daughter because I've never had depression before, anxiety, but I had these feelings going through this deconstruction. And, and here I am, tough firefighter, like really struggling, going through this. And then I have my daughter who's not mentally healthy, who's mentally fragile, who's on medicine and stuff. And so I really wanted to take her under my wing and just make sure that she felt the validation, that she wasn't crazy, and I wanted to make sure that she was getting accurate information because some of the things that she came to me was exaggerations and not true. And I showed her where that was the evidence. And then most of the things were true that were negative about the church, like 99% of it. And so anyhow, so so she came to me with questions and stuff. And I said, we could buy a huge library and we can spend thousands upon thousands of hours finding where all these quotes are and documents. But there's people like Bill, Real, and the other people who've already done this work, and it's right here. And so every once in a while she's like, was this true, Dad? Was this true or this? And I said yes, and here it is, bang. And I would just show like a little tiny little clip of this video or that video where people like you are opening the books, and here's the page number, here's the book, and here's the highlighted paragraph. And it just saved thousands upon thousands of hours of research that a kid in high school who's trying to get an A in math just doesn't have time to do that.
Yeah. By the way, this makes a ton of sense too. Why your kid would come to you. You've already pointed out there at this time there's some difficulty between your daughter and your mother, or your daughter and your wife, daughter and her mother, and she's having a faith crisis. She knows that you're having one or starting to come out of one. It makes so much sense to me, and I think the audience needed to hear that to know, like, oh, like that makes sense why the daughter would go to him and ask questions because she's seeing problems in the church. Of course, the parent who's seeing problems in the church is going to be the safer bet to go and have those questions with.
And to be honest, Bill, I was actually surprised that she came to me because I was still going to church. and I didn't give her any evidence that I was out. But she's a bright girl. Like, she might have read in between the lines a little bit here
Yeah.
and there.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like I think so I mean, there's a little bit of
No.
both, probably so.
Yeah. Throughout the report, there's this label of anti-church,
Yes.
and it shows up a bunch. It's one of the things that symmetry points to. It's one of the things that definitely caught my attention as I was reading the report myself. How did that label enter the conversation? Do you have sort of an understanding of why that term was used so much by Dr. Money?
Well, I guess to defend Dr. Money a little bit on the subject, the kids were raised in the church. And so it's a little different, and it's hard. It's extra weight on the shoulders of the children to take them away from their church. So that's what was brought up. However, if we were Jehovah's Witnesses and I was leaving the church and Dr. Money was my custody evaluator, I guarantee she would not be putting any of this anti-church, anti-Jehovah's Witness language in this report. Guaranteed. And so people are like, yeah, you can leave the Baptist church, you can leave the Jehovah's Witness church, but you cannot leave the Mormon church. And so, I just found it interesting because Dr. Money asked me, why are you leaving the church? Why are you leaving the church? And I said, this is why. I said, these guys, and I named the first 5 to 7 prophets, they all had wives that were under the age of 16. I says, that's the age of my daughter. Like, that's disgusting. Like, these men are my age, 45, 50, 55 years old, and they have these 14, 15, 16-year-old daughters. And I says, that is not okay. That is not okay. And that is why I'm leaving. And I showed her, like where this was. And then for her to say that I'm the groomer to rape my daughter, I'm like, no, that is why I left the church. Like, I am 180 degrees running away from that type of behavior, and she's condoning it. And then she's going to turn around and try to put that type of shame and blame on somebody else that is
Right.
180 degrees in the opposite direction of that.
Yeah, you learn about Joseph Smith's polygamy with children, and you're appalled. And it's one of the foundational reasons why you've turned your back on Mormonism and heading the other direction as fast as you can. And yet her belief system has her condoning those behaviors of those leaders and making you out to be the bad guy.
Yes, I really wish I could have taken over the role of my lawyer in court, because this would have been my questioning, because now I know how to do it since I've done it. I would have said, Dr. Money, are you a Temple Recommend holder? Yes or no? And she would have said yes. I'm like, is it one of the questions that you sustain Joseph Smith to be a prophet, seer, and revelator? Yes. And that this man is a righteous man? Yes. I'm like, are you aware that he married a 14-year-old girl? And she would have said, yes, but it's just for time, or whatever BS that she wanted to say.
Yeah.
And then I would have said, was she allowed to date other boys? Was she allowed to go to the dances? No. So she was claimed as a wife.
Yeah.
Yes. What would happen if I did that in this courtroom right here today? I would not get custody of my kids. I would not be a custody evaluator. I would be hauled off to jail. And so here's somebody who is rejecting science. And another thing too, Bill, when it comes to doctors, because this is my wheelhouse a little bit as a paramedic, there's all physicians. There are physicians that practice the medicine, and there are physicians that create the medicine. They do the research, and they find the research, and they publish the peer-reviewed articles for all the other doctors to study in medical school, and even beyond while they're practicing. They study these articles, and then they regurgitate this science, and they practice that medicine. And Dr. Money here, she acted as though she is a creator of psychology. Like, all of these things, like Natasha Helford is not creating psychology in this report. We read these things. This is coming from APA. The APA, these are the doctors that do the research, they do the experiments, they do all the legwork, and they publish these peer-reviewed articles. And Natasha is practicing medicine using that science. What science is Dr. Money using here? There's no science here. She is going AWOL on her own. So did Jodi Hildebrandt. And that's medical malpractice. If you go on your own, if you go haywire as a paramedic, say, I want to give calcium to this asthma attack. If I can't defend that with science, I am medically liable in the court of law for that. I am on the hook.
Your job is to do the best accepted procedures in your profession. And if you decide to go down your own track, in other words, to interpret everything through a Mormon lens rather than the doctorate education you were given, you are now on unstable ground, taking lots of risks that are not there for you to take.
Correct. Just because you have a doctorate degree doesn't mean you can just practice medicine your own way. You have to have the science to back up all of your actions in the ER or all of your conclusions and labels as a psychiatrist. And if you don't have that, you're on the hook for medical malpractice.
Yeah. We all get, the audience is going to understand. I clearly understand that her in this, again, her job is to be a mediator of sorts and to call balls and strikes. And her job is to position things in a way that the court can go like, here's this objective person. We don't have the time to do this. She's the one who was secured to do this. Her job is to help us gain an understanding of what's going on in this family. And for her to paint your faith transition out of Mormonism as something negative, I think we all get that is going to cause harm in the merit of the case being decided. But I want to ask you, what impact did it have on you on a personal level in this report to see that your deconstruction of Mormonism was being framed by a health professional in Utah working through her Mormon lens as something dangerous and harmful to your children?
Yeah, just bias. I just felt like, hey, I'm a black guy in court in Mississippi in the 1930s. I don't have a chance. It doesn't matter what evidence. It doesn't matter how good of a guy I am. It doesn't matter how bad of a parent the other person is. It doesn't matter any of these things. Their mind's made up, and
the odds are stacked against you because the neutral party who will play a major role in the decision is showing tons of bias that the court system may lack the time or skills to see through in the way that Natasha Helfer and Sarah Hughes saw through.
Right.
Yeah. I'm going to put this back up on the screen here. Give me a second. We'll do this and add that. The report argues that Dave's non-LDS worldview was scrutinized as risky, while the believing LDS worldview was treated as the safe default. That is exactly the Mormon lens problem. Orthodoxy becomes invisible, while departure from orthodoxy becomes clinically suspicious. The report says terms like anti-church, this is Natasha's report, says terms like anti-church are non-clinical, pejorative labels, and argues that a parent's faith transition should be treated as identity reconstruction and not mental instability. So again, this is my words, but this is my synopsis of that portion of the report. We'll put a slide up here in just a moment. But I want the audience to start seeing bigger parts of this Mormon lens showing up in the report. And so one of the criticisms in the rebuttal report, Symmetry Counseling's report, is that your beliefs were scrutinized while your ex-wife's beliefs were treated as normal and safe. Did it feel like both worldviews were being evaluated equally as the interviews were going on? Or is it only when the report came out that you noticed that Dr. Money is translating to the court your faith transition as something unhealthy and dangerous?
Yeah, she didn't mention that at all.
Yeah, so she has the conversation with you, has the conversations with your kids, has the conversations with your ex-wife. Yeah, your
Yeah,
oldest son?
she did mention one time, she's like, I according to my sources, she would always say, which she only had my ex and her mom as her sources. According to my sources, you're giving anti-Mormon information to the boys. I have 3 sons that are younger. And I haven't. I have not, and still to this day have not. I'm 2 years into this, have not done that. And and she's like, "Well, my sources say otherwise." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Well, like my son is 15, the same age that my daughter was when she came and gave you, her information. Why don't you ask him? Bring him in here, and he can tell you if he's getting anti-Mormon information from me right now. And I'll leave the room so you can have a private conversation." And she got mad at me and yelled at me, and she says, "That is not how we parent. That is not how we parent." And I'm like, "That is exactly what happened to my daughter. What are you talking about? That's exactly what my ex did to my daughter." And now I'm here to have my son, who's the same age, that um totally capable of answering this question, but she was did not want the truth. She did not. She had her mind made up. It didn't matter the evidence. It didn't matter the witnesses. And so that happened while during the interview. So that's when I'm like, okay, this is BS.
Yeah. It does seem like such a weird thing that whatever things your wife said were taken as truth. And then there were times where whatever you said or your witnesses said was sort of ignored or just set off to the side.
Yeah.
Again, I think it's such a strange thing to see this play out. And I just want to ask, before we go into the next slide, is there any other examples where your position, your religious position was treated as risky while the equivalent LDS position was treated as reasonable? Anything else you can think of?
Yeah. I guess with the court proceedings rather than not with Dr. Money. Um, so we went to our first mediation. Everything was fine until the very end. And they said, "Well, she wants full custody of the kids." And I'm like, "Well, we can't do that. Like, I'm not doing, like, no, I'm not just giving up my children. Like, this is crazy." And she's like, "Well, you," and then this was the mediator. This was some lady who was a mediator. Um, and she says, "Well, oh, she also wants you to sign this piece of paper saying that if you say anything negative about the church, that you lose custody of the kids." And I'm like, "No, I'm not gonna sign that." She's like, "Well, why not?" I'm like, "Well, for a couple of reasons. Like, they don't do anything over there at their house. They just play video games and watch TV all day long." I'm like, "At my house, it's a completely different world. We're playing sports, we're riding bikes, we're hiking, we're going camping, we're doing all kinds of stuff, and we're reading books together, like together on during the summertime. We read 2 or 3 novels together as all the family, plus their own personal books and that's everything else." And I said, "They might not like that. They might want to just be lazy one of these days and play the Xbox all day long. And they know that if they want to do that, they can just say something negative about dad. And then boom, they're back home with mom playing Xbox all day long on the couch like they want. Like that's dangerous to the child. Like that's not good parenting." And they're like, "Well, they'd have to prove it. They'd have to prove it." I'm like, "I'm not signing that. No." And then they says, "Well, another thing too is, well, we don't want you saying anything negative, about the church because they were, and so we worry about you saying anything negative." And I'm like, "Well, I'm not saying anything negative about the church." I'm like, "Does it go both ways? Like, what if she's saying negative things about me and my religion?" And they're like, "Well, yeah, it does go both ways. It does." I'm like, "Okay, well, then just a couple months ago, the church was teaching that you shouldn't take any advice from a non-believer." I'm like, "I'm their dad. I'm not a believer, and they need to take my advice. Like that is damaging to the child, to the family unit." And so right there, Tori already forfeited custody of the kids because she forced my kids to watch that talk.
Yeah.
And they're like, the church doesn't teach that." I'm like, "Yes, the church does." And this lady, so I'm in here in court, I'm in this law office. I'm like, "Man, this is practically, the court of law. This is law." And I'm having this religious debate like I'm back in my mission. I'm like, I felt like I was in the Twilight Zone. And she's like, "Well, who said it?" I'm like, Russell M. Nelson said it. And she's like, no, he didn't. And I'm like, he just did a couple months ago in conference. He's like, here, hold on, I'll get my phone out. I'll show you the video clip. And then my Mormon lawyer is like, no, Dave, don't do that. Don't do that. And so the whole thing like kind of just got diffused. And so obviously nothing happened in mediation because she wanted full custody of the kids. And I'm just trying to do what pediatric psychology articles say is the best for the kids, 50-50 custody. And so that mediation failed, $3,000, down the drain for that. And so
I'll just say it's such a strange thing, Dave. On one hand, the system is trying to get you to create a condition whereby you can say nothing negative about Mormonism. Meanwhile, the other side can take their children to general conference, sit in front of a TV, listen to the leaders, or hear the parents reiterate what the leaders are saying. And it's absolutely negative about anyone who's outside the religion.
Yeah.
It's such a double standard.
Double standard. Yeah.
I'm really glad you shared that story. I want to get back to this slide, which points to what you just said about the system in general. And then the two examples we gave a moment ago about how Dr. Money was positioning your faith transition as something bad. And I want to go back to Natasha Helfer's report and have her essentially share her expert opinion on the same thing. So she says, this is in section A and section B of this particular part of the report under the title of the pathologization of faith transition. The prior custody evaluation used, and it's your wife's names, religious vernacular, such as labeling Dave anti-church rather than utilizing neutral clinical terminology. This is a primary critical error known as parallel partnering, where the evaluator adopts the biases of one parent to alienate the other. As you're pointing out, like when you first met me and we had our very first conversation or two in person, you kept bringing up this alienation stuff and connecting the idea to Jodi Hildebrandt. And when I saw this report and was reading this section, it became crystal clear what you've experienced and what this evaluator was causing. And so I'll just note here, Dave is navigating a transition out of a high demand religious environment. Clinically, this often involves symptoms of anxiety, grief, and a period of identity reconstruction. This is a normative response to a massive systemic shift, not a sign of mental illness or emotional instability. Labeling a parent anti-church is a pejorative, non-clinical term. From a social work perspective, Dave is exercising cognitive liberty. His desire to differentiate from his previous faith transition, his desire to differentiate from his previous faith traditions is his right. And he has the right to share that worldview with his children, which is protected under Utah code. And it gives the code there, 81-9-402, and does not conflict with his fitness as a parent. B, the court is required to maintain religious neutrality. When an evaluator uses a parent's exit from a faith as a reason to restrict custody, they are engaging in religious discrimination by proxy. Dave's career as a first responder and firefighter provides a foundational pillar of stability that is independent of his religious affiliation. His ability to save lives and follow ethical protocols is not dependent on his standing in a church. Clinical neutrality requires that Dave's worldview be given the same clinical weight as the wife's religious worldview. To treat the orthodox parent as the safe parent and the religiously transitioning parent as the unsafe parent is a violation of the standards of care. Again, I think Sarah Hughes, Natasha Helfer hit it out of the park and clearly pick out the inappropriate interpretations and articulations of Dr. Money. Anything you want to say there? Otherwise, I'll move on to hear my next question.
I don't know. I mean, just again, more examples. They're not making up code; they're interpreting it and giving the example. This is how you see, good professionals. This is how good professionals act versus Jodi Hildebrandt style. Health professionals just go willy nilly.
Yeah, 100%. I want to start to work towards the kind of the closing of this conversation out. What practical consequences did Dr. Money's conclusions in the written report that she published to the court, did this affect, again, we'll get to the effect it had on the court case and the custody evaluation, but did this have any effect on your relationship with your children? This professional giving unhealthy language that would allow the court system and your ex-wife to use that kind of rhetoric and have her stamp of approval. Did that have any negative consequences or practical consequences on the relationship with your kids?
Yeah, it sure did, Bill. It's worse than death.
Yeah.
I've been around a lot of death. I've hugged moms who have seen their child die right before their eyes. And it's different when you have to grieve a child gone that's still alive. That is a grief on a different level. And this is the danger of this type of medicine and practicing the psychology. And not only from a selfish dad perspective, but there's tons and tons and tons of articles out there of these children that are subject to this type of abuse as well. How is she going to accept a man in her life and get married, and accept a masculine energy? How is she going to be able to deal with, religious this or religious that, and, now she's living in an environment of survival. She has to accept different ideas and ways of life just to survive because she's just a 18-year-old kid, and she has her convictions still and her ideas, but she has to live a certain way. Otherwise, she's going to get shunned again and ignored again. And so there's a lot of psychology. If you just go and read the articles of psychology and the patterns of a child who has a parent that does this alienation, and then you have the parent that has unconditional love and who's been neglected by this alienating type of abusive parent, that child will always latch on to the neglective parent because now they're getting attention, and it thrusts them into a dangerous situation long term. And so all of these things happened. And so this is tremendous. I've gone over 2 years without talking to my daughter. She was, we were best friends. I mean, she was learning how to drive, and I teach people how to drive fire engines and ambulances, how to drive with lights and sirens and navigate things without getting crashed. So we were going through all these driving lessons and, just helping her with school, and we'd go camping and we do all these things together, and just to have it all just destroyed.
Yeah. I want the
All the
audience.
name of this.
Yeah, I want the audience to hear, on the front end, you were the parent that the daughter was coming to ask big questions, to figure out sort of the nuance of life. You speak of having a good relationship with her, and then this happens. And again, I see your ex, no negative towards her. I think this is just the natural part of the process of a mixed faith marriage that ends in divorce, where the believing parent sees the other parent who's leaving the religion sees it as such a horrible, bad thing, some sort of betrayal of the religion, and they begin to articulate things in big ways that aren't necessarily the most responsible ways to articulate things. And so you have this really close relationship with your kid, and because of the things your wife was saying, and then on top of that, because of this custody evaluator coming in, and instead of being this neutral, stable middle position, shows so much bias and unobjectivity towards your wife's religious view because it's the same religious view she holds. Today, in this moment, your relationship with your daughter, like there's complete alienation. You don't really have contact with her. And hence the reason why, in your sharing your answer to that question, you're expressing that it's much like losing the life of a loved one.
Mm-hmm. It is. Yeah. It's worse than losing the life of a loved one.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be like having your daughter get kidnapped and shipped off to Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's still
that's
here,
what it feels like.
But you don't get to have any interaction with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and I, again, having sat with you several times talking about this specific part of your story, I know this has been hard on you, and I got a chance to talk to some of your family members the day I sat with you in court, and some of the things they shared with me out in the hallway when I had to step away to get ready to leave. And it was obvious to them that it had been both hard on them and how hard it had been on you. And this has all been a difficult thing. I want to end with two questions for the audience. And actually, I thought maybe I have one other slide that we should put up. So give me 1 second here. I want to read this one as well. This was F. This was in that same section, but it was a few paragraphs down. The evaluation's recommendation for final decision-making authority creates an unconstitutional and biased religious veto that effectively strips Dave of his parental rights. While the report pays lip service to the idea that both parents should manage daily religious decisions during their respective parenting time, it ultimately awards the mother the final say, solely because she remains in the family's original faith. This recommendation is not based on a clinical finding of parental fitness, but on a preferential bias towards religious conformity by awarding authority based on who stays in the religion. The report institutionalizes a system that rewards the mother for her orthodoxy while punishing David for his informed and thoughtful religious departure. And so I just want to say again, kudos to Sarah and Natasha for representing you in a way that I think is fair and stays true to the experience as you've had it. Where are things at today? Has the custody thing come to its conclusion? Has the court system made a decision, and did you get the 50-50 custody you were hoping for? Did it end with something else other than that?
We're still waiting for a decision. Should be in the next few weeks here.
Yeah.
So I'm not hopeful though.
Yeah. And this report played a big role in the outcome, whatever the outcome is.
Yeah, I mean, even Natasha or even Dr. Money recommended reunification therapy because of the damage of this alienation. And I spent a couple $1,000s putting together a court order because the ex was blocking that therapy. And so we put the court order in, the judge reviewed the request and denied it. No reason why against even Dr. Money's recommendation. And, you know, the lawyer that my ex is using is Mormon. The judge is Mormon. And they grew up together. and he objected to it, didn't want to do it. I don't know what kind of a human being would object to reunification therapy. That's basically saying I vote for child abuse. Like, I'm okay with that. And that's what happened. That's what
Yeah.
happened.
Yeah, I'll
So,
just note to the audience, when you say reunification therapy, that is the therapy to bring the parent and the child who have had some sort of alienation away from each other back into contact through safe intermediate kind of steps to try to create reconnection between the two family members. And rather than the system giving that, again, thank you, Dr. Money, for recommending it. Unfortunately, the rest of your report sort of colored this, and whatever other biases perhaps a Mormon community, whether it be a judge, whether it be lawyers, that when a lot of people come together under a Mormon lens, there is so much room for irresponsible things to happen. And I'm going to take this back off the screen. I got two more questions for you, just as we sort of conclude, and if you want to hang around for a minute, you can. If you want to step away, you can. But I wanted to start putting up a few of the reviews and things that other people had with her. And so I just want to note, one, looking back now, again, I have a hunch, obviously, what your answer would be, but do you feel Dr. Money was evaluating on your fitness as a father, or do you think she really consciously maybe was evaluating your departure from Mormon orthodoxy?
yeah, I mean, that was that. I mean, she was just angry at me for leaving the church. I mean, she got physically angry when I told her the reasons why I left the church. She got angry. And I'm like, and she's like, well, how could you just leave the church after 20 years? She asked me. And I says, it wasn't my decision. It wasn't my decision to leave the church. It wasn't.
Mm.
I have dead set morals. And I just happened to come across the information that the church has been lying to me and hiding to me for all these years. It could have happened 10 years ago. It could happen 10 years from now, but it's not my choice. It was the church's choice for me to leave because I don't bend with my morals.
Yeah.
And so that choice was not mine. That was the church's choice for a guy like me to be a member or not. It was the church's choice. And
Yeah.
Joseph Smith and Brigham Young and all those guys made those choices hundreds of years, a couple hundred years ago, and it wasn't my choice.
Yeah, it's sort of that Mormon play on their narrative, is that we had some sort of faith crisis. And, in regards to what a faith crisis is, there's truth to that.
Yeah.
But also Mormonism had a truth crisis. And I can't help that when I learn that Mormonism is not what it claims to be, and it is so far departed from what it taught me it was, that I have no choice but to step away from it.
Yeah. And it really goes to the hypocritical culture of the Mormon church, because you hear these modern apologists and they have a guy, I can't remember his name, who's kind of in charge of the whole faith crisis department in the church. And he says, you don't really have a testimony unless you go through your own. Everybody has a faith crisis. Everybody has a faith crisis. And I'm like, okay, well, why are you taking custody away from dads because they have faith crisis, or moms? Like, this is happening like at a crazy amount of rate here in Utah. And these court systems, they're on board with all of this. And it's really destructive. And then for you, all these spouses that are divorcing over this faith stuff, I'm like, they are abandoning their own Mormon doctrine. Because I have asked so many people, why was Joseph Smith a treasure digger and charging people money and not producing any product? If anybody does that in today's society, they get reported by the Better Business Investigations. They lose their license for whatever, and then they have legal problems. They lose their temple recommend because they're not being honest. They can't have a calling. They can't be a bishop or a stake president or a prophet. And so why does this happen? Why does all that happen? And, I don't want to hear the answer from some 25-year-old girl on YouTube. I want to hear from the brethren over the pulpit in conference, like why this is okay back then and why God did this. And those answers never came. And there's 10,000 other answers. And so in the LDS church, we all are taught that everybody who has all these unanswered questions, or all of the gospel, to its fullness, will be taught in the next life. So why are we divorcing people that aren't cheating, that don't have drugs or alcohol problems, and all these issues over these doctrinal problems of somebody who doesn't agree with pedophilia, marrying a 14 and 15-year-old person? Not okay with that. If that's a godly thing, then we will be taught this in the next life. If the church is true, we will all be taught this in the next life. So why are you destroying the eternal family when your own doctrine teaches you against that? And that's happening all over the place. And it's just a culture. It's just a culture. And these professionals, you never ever want to be a victim of culture when you're a professional. Once you are a professional practitioner of medicine, you practice the science, whether you're in Australia, whether you're in Utah or New York, it's all the same. And this is just not happening here.
Yeah. Again, as this episode, I think, has pointed out, there's just way too many instances of this. My last question for you is, if there were people listening who are in this space of making judgments about custody and divorces and court cases involving one member of family sort of up against another member of the family, if people who are listening are judges or therapists, custody evaluators, maybe just families who are mixed faith families, and they're having some rough moments, and maybe sometime in the future they're going to have to deal with some of this. If people are listening to this story, is there one thing that you wish the people involved in this entire space that they would know or that they would understand? Like, what would that be?
I would say for a therapist or a psychologist, if you're looking for them and they are LDS, and a lot of them are reluctant to tell you if they're LDS or not nowadays, I would say just be careful. Because in my mind, if you have, like my daughter, if you have somebody who's not mentally healthy and you have a sick child, right? You're in the business of making mentally unhealthy kids or young adults or whoever healthy. Okay. And imagine you spend 8 years plus in college learning about all of psychology, and you have accepted the fact that a guy, because he has a higher priesthood level, can go and marry a married woman, like what happened in Nauvoo, and just take that wife away that has children. Like, on a psychological basis, or a family therapist, what kind of damage was done to those children in that decision and that action? If there's anybody who should be the first people that should be questioning the church history and the validity of all of this stuff, it should be these professional psychiatrists and family therapists. And so if they don't care about that, if they don't care about those decisions that happened, and you're raising your hand to accept Joseph Smith and his decisions and Brigham Young, and you are so professionally educated on child therapy, just be careful. Look at their reviews. You guys can all go and look at Dr. Money's reviews on ratemd.com. They're terrible. And so just be careful. Like I didn't wrestle with this decision to research or to question Joseph Smith. Once I find out that those children were involved in that, like, my decision making happened pretty rapidly within a couple of weeks. It was just the whole deconstruction that took another year or so. But I'm also trained. I'm trained to recognize human trafficking. I go into people's homes for 911 calls, and I'm trained to look for certain things. And that's become a very passionate subject for me, because I've actually had to call the team of detectives a few times to meet me in the ER after transporting some ladies who have been human trafficked. And so to see this type of behavior in the history of the church, it just helps me to be, not to say that they were human trafficked. It's a little bit different, but just acutely aware from my training that helped me to recognize this right away. And another thing too, I'm just gonna try to run a parallel. When you run a call, a 911 call, and it's a certain call that's dumb. Let's just say it's a dumb call. It's not that life threatening. And they have all these excuses and they're giving you all this extra information. Once you become a seasoned responder, you can cut through all the BS, and you get down to why we're here, what's the main problem, and you have the ability to sift through all the BS and get down to the hardcore principles of why you're there at 911. And these judges and these lawyers and these psychiatrists, they're in family court. Their number one priority is not to win that case. Their number one priority is to protect children. And that did not happen with Jodi Hildebrandt and Ruby Franke. They failed. CPS failed with that case. And they're failed with my case as well. And they're continuing to fail. And there should be no lawyers. There should be no lawyers objecting to reunification therapy on this earth, unless you have a parent that is actively abusing kids, hitting them, and if there's been CPS investigations and there's nothing found, and you have 20-year history of being a normal dad, you should never, shame on any lawyer who objects to that. You're just agreeing with child abuse.
Yeah, I'll just reiterate your first point. If somebody is a health professional and when confronted with early Mormon history, they make excuses for Joseph Smith's predatory behavior towards children, they probably aren't qualified in the professional realm to deal with issues dealing with children and to make great decisions, because they've already compromised themselves in needing to maintain their beliefs. The other thing I'll say too that you didn't hit on, but I think is such a big deal, is you hit on it in other ways when you mentioned sort of the science of being a health professional. But to the health professionals, stick to the science. Right. If you're a Jehovah's Witness or a Scientologist or a Mormon or any other high demand religion, don't ever let your religious beliefs cloud your judgment about how you should make professional decisions based on the training you've been given. Your training should always supersede your religious framing and your religious beliefs. So I'll just say that. Dave, I'm going to put these reviews up. Do you want to hang around for these?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, let me change it to this screen. I'll put this up. I will just note here, this is just at the very end of that report from the Symmetry Counseling, and it is a notice to the legal system, to the court, that Natasha Helfer, Sarah Hughes, that Symmetry Counseling filed a formal administrative complaint regarding Dr. Money. So that has happened. I don't know what has come of that, but I thought for transparency and full disclosure, folks should know that there has been a formal complaint made against Dr. Money.
And there was over 20 Doppel reports against Jodi Hildebrandt, 20, and they did nothing.
Yeah.
So this is Utah with protecting children.
We've got to do a better job. And I just want to note, this isn't just Natasha Helfer's or Sarah Hughes' perspective. This isn't just Dave's perspective. When we go into multiple review sites, I just want to note here, Dr. Marina Money, 3-star out of 5. Okay. Again, there are 2 sides to every case she's involved in. The other side is almost always going to have a more negative experience. Although, again, she should show up as neutral, and both sides should feel like she arrived at the truth. But I grant that there are going to be moments where she sides with a healthier parent and the unhealthy parent is upset and angry. So I don't expect her to have a 5-star review. In fact, if it were 3.5 or 4 stars, I think that that's probably pretty good in this line of work. This one's a 3-star, so I'm going to let this one slide. But I want to note here, Bird Eye, 2.9.
And some of these reviews don't let you put a 0 star.
No, right. 1 is the minimum. You can't put no stars. So this one was 2.52 out of 5, and they note that it's sufficient. That's their grading at 2.52. Rate MDs, 1.25 out of 5 stars. That's her rating there. Chamber of Commerce, 2 out of 5 stars. And then I just wanted to note some of the actual things that were said. This was her Google reviews. She had a 2.6 out of 5. But some of the comments, when I read them, I'm like, oh, they had the similar experience that Dave had. Sky here, Sky9333 says Marina Money uses junk science, parental alienation syndrome. Sounds a lot like what we pointed to today. This other person here says horrible experience with her. She extremely biased and untrustworthy. Stay away from the clinic. Jory Johnson says horrible person who gaslights people and encourages child abuse. 0 out of 5. Please remove her practitioner's license. Tawny Woodward, keep your children far, far away from this woman. Justin Hansen, stay away from this office. Marina Money should not be trusted. She has made false statements to the court. She has threatened my child and made them afraid to talk. This was supposed to be a good experience where my child could open up and discuss issues. A so-called safe environment. Not so, Miss Money. Shared concerns with the abuser. Oops, sorry. I accidentally clicked something there. Give me a second. And then it says here, now my child feels like no one is safe to talk to. She has done far more damage than good. And the last one here that I picked out, and there were other reviews, and some were positive for sure. But at 2.6, if you were going to go to a restaurant and had a 2.6 review, you'd be taking a huge risk, I think, at being treated like crap or getting food poisoning if you went to a restaurant like that. The last one here says extremely unprofessional and biased in custody evaluations. If the court assigns her as your custody evaluator, petition for another one. And of course, you didn't know any of this until after the game had already started.
And she purposely, she's supposed to have 90 days to get this done. She took over a year. And so she purposely delayed everything until the court, like there's deadlines where you could do those, ask for different evaluators. And she purposely delayed all the way up to the beginning time of court to where we couldn't do evidence against her. We couldn't ask for a new custody evaluator, none of that. So she knows exactly what she's doing.
Yeah. I just want to say, Dave, thank you for coming on today and sharing a very personal story. When you talk about the sexual taboo within Mormonism, even if it's seen as healthy out in the world, there is a lot of potential shame and discomfort in having those conversations. And I just want to say thank you for coming on and helping the audience have a more direct example of how this shows up in Utah primarily, but in other places as well, where people with their unhealthy, dogmatic, orthodox religious views show up in professional positions to help support people through whatever, and in this case, in a court case, and show up letting their religion cloud and shade the way that they are supposed to be delivering a professional opinion. And I think this episode is so important. And I think you're a big part of that, Dave, telling your story. And so I just want to say thank you and give you any last say you want. Otherwise, I'll let you go and get back to your day. And I hope that the audience got a lot from this.
Well, thank you, Bill. I think this episode is a little different because this is the business of protecting children now. This is what we're touching on in this episode, and that's a holy calling.
Yeah, when you and I talked about your story and we talked about the potential conversation to have, at first, I didn't know how to go about all of this, and I went home after having a conversation with you and feeling like, man, he's had so much big, difficult, hard things happen, and he just keeps fighting. And I have this other friend, again, they've heard him earlier, Josh, uh, who had this hands-on experience with Jodi Hildebrandt. And then I served as a bishop in the LDS Church, and I've been helping people deconstruct for a decade and a half. And I've encountered so many instances of people who have run into health professionals who are in Mormonism, and the kind of therapy, support, medical help that they got for their situation. So many people felt like it was shaded and clouded by people operating within a Mormon lens irresponsibly. And I think this episode is absolutely important to helping people. If anything, you pointed this out. If anything, if you are going to deal with a health professional and you have any apprehension that their Mormon view could cause trouble, you should speak up immediately and draw whatever boundaries you need to ensure that the people you have sorting out details in a custody evaluation, sitting down with you in therapy, helping you as a coach, supporting you in whatever role they play, you need to know that you have full autonomy and safety to make sure that it is not someone who is going to make it an uphill battle where it shouldn't be. And so I hope, if nothing else, this episode empowers people to be extra protective about others being in supportive roles in their life. So
Yeah.
Thanks again, Dave.
Thank you.